by any means necessary. Security forces were then sent into the streets with what officials described as shoot-to-kill orders. Amnesty International called it a state-organized mass killing. The New York Times says it verified video footage showing security forces firing on protesters in at least 19 cities and several neighborhoods in Tehran. Meanwhile, Time magazine reports, citing Iranian health ministry sources, that as many as 30,000 people may have been killed during a two-day crackdown on January 8th and 9th. However, internet blackouts continue to limit what can be verified inside the country. And in Israel, officials are expressing frustration over a diplomatic push by President Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, according to Israeli media. Witkoff delivered a message from Iran's foreign minister and a written note from Iran's president to President Trump. The goal, according to senior Israeli officials, was to delay any possible U.S. military strike against Iran. Israeli officials say they are deeply concerned about negotiating with the regime that is responsible for mass killings at home. And now to Gaza. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office says Israel will reopen the Gaza crossing into Egypt after the military completes its search for the body of fallen hostage Ron Gavili. Officials say the operation could last several days, with the crossing expected to reopen by the end of the week. The opening will be partial for pedestrian crossings only. Israel says Rafah will reopen with strict security. Only people will be allowed to cross, not any goods. Everyone crossing at the check will be checked at an Israeli security point. Rafah is currently the only crossing between Egypt and Gaza, and previously Prime Minister Netanyahu declared the crossing was used for smuggling weapons to Hamas. And for more on the search for Ron Gavili's body, Israel says the search for the body of the last remaining hostage, Master Sergeant Ron Gavili, began over the weekend. IDF troops and forensic experts are combing an area in eastern Gaza City, including a Muslim cemetery where intelligence indicates his remains may be buried. The military says it is known for some time that the body may be located there, but recent operations and information passed through Hamas through mediators made the location clear. The IDF says the search is complex and sensitive and depends on conditions on the ground. And next is Israel's northern border. The IDF says it carried out new airstrikes in Lebanon in response to what it called multiple ceasefire violations by Hezbollah. The military did not release the exact locations, but said the targets were part of Hezbollah's network operating from civilian areas. The IDF accuses Hezbollah of hiding weapons and operatives in homes, seizing private property, and using villages as cover for terror activity. Israel says these actions violate agreements between Israel and Lebanon. The IDF adds that over the past months, its forces have killed 10 Hezbollah operatives in 9 locations in southern Lebanon. And now El Al announced on Sunday that passengers who book flights over the next 2 weeks will be able to cancel for any reason up to 48 hours before departure and receive a full travel voucher. The move is part of a broader effort by Israeli airlines to reassure customers as uncertainty grows and flight schedules remain fluid, amid concerns over a possible confrontation with Iran. Arkia and Israel are also following suit, following what they call a cancellation shield to passengers at the time of booking. For now, Ben Gurion Airport is operating normally, with the exception of several flights to the United States that were canceled due to weather conditions. Still, Israel remains on heightened alert as expectations of a potential regional escalation continue to build. And joining us now to break down today's headlines are Ambassador Yoram Ettinger, an expert on U.S.-Israel relations, and Brigadier General Amir Avivi from the IDSF. Yoram, assuming the New York Times report is accurate, do you think these kinds of mass killings would provoke the U.S. even more to react with a military strike?
Well, my hope that U.S. national security policy is not based on human rights, but is based on national security interests. And the interest of the U.S., as evidenced by the last 47 years of the Ayatollah regime, demonstrate that diplomatic option, that economic sanctions have only served to transform the Ayatollah regime to prime global power, war-wise, terrorism-wise, and drug trafficking wise. In fact, all the way to the U.S. soil. And I assume that the logical conclusion from the reality of the last 47 years is If President Trump wants to achieve his top goal of ending wars, preventing wars, minimizing wars, the only way to achieve that goal, irrespective of human rights, irrespective of nuclear infrastructure or ballistic infrastructure, the only way to achieve those goals is to uproot the chief epicenter of war, terrorism, and drug trafficking, which is the Ayatollah regime.
So you're essentially saying that this is not just a U.S. interest because of human rights abuses, but because of national security interests. Cutting the head off of Iran would essentially resolve a lot of national security issues that the United States has. So, Yoram, are Israeli officials justified in their frustration that Witkoff is relaying Iranian messages and that could effectively open the door to negotiations with the regime?
I think the U.S. Should be frustrated to witness determination to continue and negotiating with a regime which views negotiation not as a step towards reconciliation, but rather a step which allows them to lick the wounds, to restore capabilities and upgrade capabilities before launching further attacks against the great American Satan and its Sunni allies in the Middle East. Current negotiation with the Ayatollah regime are self-destructive, self-defeating, and sadly, it's a reflection of a state of mind which approaches the Ayatollah regime, Hamas, Hezbollah, etc., as business transactions. And as, in fact, Steve Witkoff said recently in an interview, all people prefer compromise. All people prefer diplomatic rather than military solution. Well, with all due respect, those references are maybe to most Western people, but they are totally irrelevant to the Hamas, to Hezbollah, or the Ayatollah regime, which does not adapt the Western definition of negotiation. For the West, negotiation is a step towards peaceful coexistence. For the Ayatollah, negotiation is a step to regroup, to restore, upgrade capabilities, and then launch further attacks against the Western infidel and especially the great American Satan.
Now, Amir, I want to ask, how prepared is Iran for a U.S. strike?
The Iranians have been training a lot lately. Their ballistic missiles are pointed to Israel and to American bases. Their lesson from the 12-day war is that Israel managed to defeat them because Israel launched the strike first. And they want to do a preemptive attack. And this is the main threat we have now. While the U.S. is preparing its forces, and the U.S., it takes time. It's not Israel that can decide in the morning and attack in the evening. The U.S. is a big country. The processes are longer, and there are a lot of preparations. And you have to bring carriers from all over the world. The big danger is that before the U.S. strikes Iran and its regime, they might do a preemptive attack on Israel and on American bases. So you see in Israel a lot of readiness. We heard the Prime Minister, the Minister of Defense, the Chief of Staff, the Commander of the Air Force, while visiting the Air Force and the Air Defense, sending messages to Iran, threatening them not to attack first. So we might see three possible scenarios in the coming days and weeks. One is not a good scenario in which Iran launches a preemptive strike on Israel on American bases. This can be very dangerous. Another scenario is that Israel sees the preparation and attacks even before the U.S. is ready to attack. And the best scenario is a U.S.-led attack on the regime, targeting not only the military sites and the nuclear sites, but also the symbols of government, the leadership of this evil regime, and the forces that are shooting the Iranian people, and of course calling the Iranian people to attack and mobilize against this regime.
And I'm just curious, how likely is scenario one where Iran would launch a preemptive attack, especially in the weakened state they are now, the regime?
Unfortunately, it's a real scenario, and it's something that we need to take in account. Israeli intelligence is monitoring around the clock what the Iranians are doing, but we see on the Iranian side a lot of preparations. Um, they don't want to be in the reality they were at the beginning of the 12-day war, and we have to take it in account. They are smart people. They want to learn the lessons from the previous war, and we cannot have a reality where they strike first. We must make sure that this war starts with an Israeli or American attack. It will define the way this war will evolve.
I think pretty much any Israeli official would agree with you, Amir. Yoram, in your opinion, how do you think the U.S. will respond to the mass killings in Iran in the end? Will they take the diplomatic routes, or will they actually do this strike?
Well, we've seen the U.S. on a number of occasions refraining from resolute military action in the face of severe violation of human rights. In 2009, there was another attempt of mutiny or insurrection against the Ayatollah regime, and President Obama left the protesters hanging high and dry. 2022, once again, there was another attempt of insurrection in Iran, and that time President Biden left them hanging high and dry. Currently, President Trump is mobilizing its troops, but still we hear voices about potential negotiations, about potential diplomatic option, all of which serves as a severe slap in the face of the protesters. I would say that any attempt to negotiate with the Ayatollah regime is a tailwind to the Ayatollah regime and a major severe headwind to the protesters. I'm aware that in the US there's no appetite for regime change, but certainly national security must not be based on appetite. National security must be based on interest. And the reality is that refraining from regime change may very well pave the road not only to a nuclear Iran. North Korea is nuclear, Pakistan is nuclear, China, Russia are nuclear, but should there be a nuclear Ayatollah regime power, we are going to witness the first ever apocalyptic nuclear regime. An apocalyptic nuclear regime is going to afflict humanity with catastrophic results or cost, all of which would dwarf any concern about the cost of regime change. And last and not least, any American who claims that U.S. Should not be involved in regime change, the U.S. cannot succeed in regime change. Look at Afghanistan, look at Iraq. The fact is that in 1953, the U.S. engineered regime change in Iran, putting an end to the anti-American regime of Mossadegh and elevating once again the Shah of Iran to power. And then again in 1978, once again, the U.S. engineered regime change, but this time a very self-destructive regime change when the U.S. stabbed the back of the Shah of Iran and paved the road to Ayatollah Khomeini to take over. It's time for the U.S. to realize that Middle East cannot be approached through Western values, through transactional state of mind. It must be approached as a result of the ideology involved. And the ideology of the current regime in Iran leaves no room for any hesitation. Refraining from uprooting would afflict the US and the free world with catastrophic implications.
And it's interesting you mentioned the legacy of Biden and Obama and how they didn't extend their hands to the protesters. They turned their back on these protesters. And what I'm hearing is many people will say that this will determine the legacy of President Trump going forward. So, Amir, from a military standpoint, what does a delay in striking actually give Iran time to do?
Well, as I mentioned, while America is preparing its forces, the Iranians are also preparing. And on one hand, they are massacring their own people. We understand today that they killed more than 30,000 Iranians, the biggest massacre ever in Iran. This regime must go. But as the US is preparing, Iran is preparing also, mainly with ballistic missiles and drones. And we have to be in very, very high alert. I think we're in an historical moment. I think there is a realization, both in the US and Israel, that this is the moment we need to bring down the regime. I personally believe it will happen. I believe that this regime will fall eventually. We have a unique moment in history where the Iranian people have been emboldened, and they understand that this regime is weak. What created this understanding, by the way, is the Israeli attack. The 12-day war really showed this regime for what it is, a paper tiger, a regime that is much less stronger than people thought. And this also emboldened the Europeans to reinstate sanctions, harsh sanctions on Iran. The Iranian regime cannot supply its people with the most basic needs: no water, no electricity. The Iranian currency is broken. In this reality, I think a regime change is a must, and it cannot be done without the US assisting the Iranian people by attacking the leadership, by attacking the centers of government and the symbols of the regime and the forces that are shooting at the Iranians. I believe that the moment US will launch the attack, the Iranian people will rise and fight. They understand that this is a very unique moment in history.
And Amir, how prepared is Israel militarily right now for an Iran attack?
Israel is on high alert. The IDF and the Mossad are prepared for any scenario. I can say that the moment the 12-day war ended, I think that the chief of staff framed it the right way. He said it's the end of a glorious chapter in an ongoing campaign. In Israel, there was a clear-cut understanding that the 12-day war was just a chapter. It was obvious that we need to immediately start building capabilities, training, and preparing for the next fight against Iran. The Iranians, after the war, they just enhanced their preparations. They want revenge, even without the uprisal of the people of Iran, even without the involvement of the US. A fight with Iran was imminent because the Iranians are renewing their production of ballistic missiles. They're trying to renew also the nuclear plans. They want revenge. They want to attack Israel. And Israel cannot allow a reality where they surprise us. We have to be ready and launch an attack when it's the right time. And we're hoping that time-wise, the U.S. will be prepared, and we see a U.S.-led attack and not an Israeli-led attack. But Israel, as we already showed, knows how to defend itself, and if Israel needs to defend itself by itself, it will do it, and it will not miss the opportunity to deal with this regime. I agree with Yoram. If this regime procures nuclear weapons, it will be a global catastrophe. This is not an option. This regime must be destroyed, and we need a completely different alternative for the future of the Iranian people, but not only for them, for the region and for the whole globe.
Absolutely. And Yoram, we see how the United States is closening their ties with Qatar. How is the U.S. balancing their allyship with Qatar and Israel, given these two states have totally different interests?
Well, again, it's another reflection, a very severe reflection of the transactional worldview. Qatar has ample financial potential, which the US would like to leverage, but on the altar of advancing financial state of affairs, the US in this case is sacrificing very, very critical domestic and national security interests because Qatar is the number one financial backer of the Muslim Brotherhood, which since 1928 have been driven by the aim to bring the Western infidel to submission. Recently, President Trump, governor of Texas, and other governors have declared Muslim Brotherhood to be a terror organization. To be consistent, you also have to apply the same rule to the financial source of the Muslim Brotherhood, in addition, for Qatar being a bosom brother or bosom sister of the Ayatollah regime. There is a reason why the Saudis, Emiratis, Bahrain would like to boycott Qatar, if not for American presidential pressure. There would be a boycott by the other Gulf states towards Qatar. They know that Qatar is the element which feeds the threats of the Ayatollah regime and the Muslim Brotherhood, both of which are lethal threats to every single pro-American Arab country.
And Amir, how likely is it that Iran uses Hezbollah or other proxies to shift attention away from their internal crisis?
So the Iranian foreign minister visited Lebanon, Hezbollah, and sent them a very clear message. This time, you are not leaving us alone. If there is a war, you have to fight with us. So Israel is expecting a war also with Hezbollah, and this is why Israel is enhancing lately the attacks on Hezbollah, degrading them systematically. But we understand that if we're going to war with Iran, which is imminent, it will happen, Hezbollah might be involved, and we'll take advantage of that. The moment Hezbollah attacks, they will be destroyed. Israel will use its full power to destroy the leadership of Hezbollah and their capabilities. It might be even combined with a ground attack to destroy the remaining forces in South Lebanon. So Israel is on high alert, and we have to understand when the Iranian regime will fall, and it will fall eventually, also Hezbollah will fall with them, and possibly it will impact also the Houthis. Iranians are the main funders, and they train, the technology helps build Hezbollah, even Hamas, Houthis. So bringing down this regime is not just about Iran, it will impact the whole Middle East. And maybe, who knows, maybe we'll see Israeli-Iranian peace before even we'll have peace with Saudi Arabia, who knows?
Absolutely.
Anything can happen in the coming months.
When you cut off that bloodline, the funds which come from Iran, these terror organizations, these proxies, they die. So Amir, you sound very confident that this war will happen. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. You're certain of that.
Yeah, I think it's imminent. I think.
And how imminent, may I ask? What days, weeks? We don't know.
It depends on the American preparations. I can tell you, talking about processes in America, America declared it's joining the Second World War in December 1941. Their attack on African soil happened 11 months later. So sometimes it takes time,
Wow.
but this is not the case. We're not going to wait 11 months. The buildup is done fast. But it might take a bit of time. It's very hard to predict if it's tomorrow morning or in a month. But I think it's close.
Yoram, why is Washington pushing so hard for phase two and the Rafah reopening right now, even though not all of the conditions of phase one have not been met? Now we're shifting a little bit to the Rafah reopening.
My assumption is that this is the influence of the two chief Trump's mediators, his son-in-law Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, and their state of mind has been reflected in recent interviews. Jared Kushner said on a major TV show, the 60 Minutes, only recently, a few weeks ago, that issues in the Middle East are very simple. It's only the people who are the problem, namely leaders are the problems. He added that most people in the Middle East want better life and freedom to worship freely and take care of their daily economic problems. They both, Kushner and Witkoff, represent the what I would call a typical Western state of mind, which insists on applying Western values, Western reality to the Middle East, which is 180 different than the West, and the whole notion of the Peace Commission and all the subcommittees and the notion of transforming Gaza into another top class residential area is part of that attempt to subordinate a frustrating reality to a very attractive alternate reality. The problem is that this may bring about short-term convenience, but it will be at the expense of long-term national security cost.
Amir and Yoram, for joining us today. Your insights have been incredibly helpful.
Thank you.
The Israel Innovation Authority announced this week that applications are now open for access to Israel's national AI supercomputer under the Telem program. The system is already live and designed to help overcome global shortages and high cost of advanced computing power. Over the coming years, 1,000 NVIDIA B200 GPU accelerators will be allocated. 70% will go to high-tech companies training AI models, while 30% will support academic research. Israel Innovation Authority CEO Dror Bin said the initiative will allow Israeli companies and researchers to train large AI models locally, accelerate innovation, and reduce reliance on foreign computing infrastructure, strengthening Israel's position in a global AI race. And before we go, for now, we've got some exciting news for you. You can now get Israel updates on your WhatsApp channel, breaking stories, live updates, and verified reports. All delivered fast and accurate. Just scan the QR code on your screen to join. That's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour, broadcasting live from Israel in the heart of the Middle East. I'm India Naftali. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to ILTV Security Brief. I'm Caleb Ben David. Each week we focus on the latest developments in security and defense relating to Israel and the Middle East, impacting on this region and beyond. And we start with our top items of the past week. The death toll in Iran reportedly topped 16,000 amid a brutal crackdown on street protests by the regime's security forces. Iranian leaders blame Israel and the U.S., especially President Trump, for fomenting the uprising. The U.S. military boosts its forces in the region as the aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln heads to the Middle East amid speculation of an American attack on Iran. Iranian officials threaten all-out war against the U.S. and Israel if the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei is targeted. President Trump unveils new governing boards to rebuild and administer Gaza in Phase 2 of the peace deal that include Turkish and Qatari officials, drawing Israeli objections. Meanwhile, violence continues in Gaza as the IDF kills 2 terrorists in 2 separate incidents as they try to infiltrate into the Israeli-controlled half of the Strip. In a series of airstrikes, the IDF hits Hezbollah terrorist infrastructure in South Lebanon, including launch sites, military camps, and weapons storage facilities. The IDF also takes out Hezbollah terrorists in the Zibkeen area of South Lebanon, operating in violation of the ceasefire agreement between Israel and the Lebanese government. In a joint security operation, the IDF, Shin Bet, Israel Police, and Border Police launch a multi-day operation in Hebron to destroy terror infrastructure, seize illegal weapons, and strengthen security in the southern Judea area. This comes as the IDF reports an 80% drop in terror incidents in Central Command during 2025 compared to the previous year due to boosted operations in Judea and Samaria. And now our big story. To contain the mounting unrest in Iran, the regime turned to an old playbook. Use sheer brute force to contain street protests. The death toll among protesters from security forces' fire is estimated to now top 16,000, with tens of thousands more thrown into prison. The difference now is that a U.S. president explicitly urged the protesters to continue and promised help if they did. But as the American military builds up its forces in the region for a possible strike, will President Trump fulfill his pledge? If so, are the U.S. and Israel ready for the regime's response? And would any military action be enough to weaken the regime to the point of toppling? Here's Iran's supreme leader throwing the gauntlet down at Trump and Trump's response.
در گذشته وقتی فتنه‌ای از این قبیل که خب داشتیم، فتنه‌های متعددی داشتیم، در کشور اتفاق می‌افتاد، غالباً مطبوعاتی‌های آمریکا، سیاسیون درجه دوم آمریکا یا کشورهای اروپایی دخالت می‌کردند. این خصوصیت در این فتنه بود که شخص رئیس جمهور آمریکا، شخص خود او تو این فتنه دخالت کرد، حرف زد، اظهار نظر کرد، تهدید کرد. فتنه‌گران رو تشویق کرد. پیغام داد از آمریکا به این کسانی که حالا بعد خواهم گفت کی بودن که برید جلو، نترسید. گفت از شما حمایت میکنیم، حمایت نظامی میکنیم. یعنی خود رئیس جمهور آمریکا وارد فتنه شد، جزء فتنه است. بدتر از مجرمان داخلی مجرمان بین المللی هستند، اونا رو رها نمیکنه. باید با شیوه های خودش با روش درست این کار دنبال بشه، تعقیب بشه و به توفیق الهی ملت ایران همونطور که کمر فتنه رو شکست، کمر فتنه‌گر رو هم باید بشکنه.
They shouldn't be doing it, but I've left notification. Anything ever happens, we're going to blow the whole country is going to get blown up. So we've, originally Biden should have said something. When they made a statement, we always said, why isn't Biden saying anything? Because he didn't. But a president has to defend a president. Like if I were here and they were making that threat to somebody, not even a president, but somebody like they did with me, I would absolutely hit them so hard. But I have very firm instructions. Anything happens, they're going to wipe them off the face of this earth.
And joining us now for more is Reserves IDF Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus. He's the former IDF international spokesperson. He's now a senior fellow at the Foundation for the Defense of Democracy. Jonathan, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, we just heard from the Supreme Leader and President Trump. As the saying goes, this time it's personal. This kind of exchange, does you think it bringing us any closer to, for example, a U.S. military action against Iran?
I think it adds to the strategic ambiguity of what the U.S. is going to do, what President Trump is going to order. And I think that the most important parts are the location of military assets, U.S. military assets and capabilities in the region, which have been building clearly over the last few days. And I think that within a matter of days, maybe a week, the U.S. will have all that it needs in position to take meaningful action against Iran, which I personally believe is coming.
All right. Well, let me ask you, what kind of action could we expect? It does seem as if at this stage, perhaps the U.S. won't be targeting Khamenei himself personally, though we never know with President Trump. But what kind of action do you anticipate?
Well, at this stage, I think that the U.S. will have a pretty wide availability of different tools and different actions. I don't think that we will see a Maduro operation because it is much more difficult to get into Iran and get beyond layers of defense in order to actually apprehend a leader. So I would put that aside. And I don't think that we're going to see ground units. I think that we will see eventually standoff fire from aerial platforms, from naval platforms that will hit specific targets that are related to the oppression of the Iranian people. The Basij headquarters, the IRGC headquarters, and other key nodes of command and control, and really the centers of power of the Iranian regime, the same forces that have been basically mowing down Iranians on the streets. We're looking at everywhere between 8,000 and 15,000 people, depending on different reports. It's very difficult to get information out, but we know that thousands have been murdered, mowed down on the streets. I assume that these will be the forces that will be the first target, and then an anticipated Iranian retaliation, whether it's against American troops and assets in the region, and if it includes Israel or not, we'll have to wait and see. And then a follow-up, which I think will indeed target the Supreme Leader Khamenei himself and actually aim by military force to bring down the regime and to allow the protesters who have been out on the streets day in, day out, but then mowed down in the most brutal fashion, to give them the kind of the cavalry is here, and let them know that now is the time to actually take back their country and free themselves from 47 years of the Islamic regime's horrible oppression of the Iranian people.
And how do you expect the regime to react, certainly to an initial attack, something like the restrained, almost symbolic response we saw last year, or something more serious that, of course, is likely to target Israel?
Well, I think that the U.S. and probably also Israel will be watching that very closely, watching for the indicative signs of opening of silos, preparation of launching of ballistic missiles, and anything that will be indicative of Iranian intentions to fire towards Israel or to fire towards major U.S. assets. If that happens, Israel and the U.S. will have capabilities at hand in order to preempt that. So I don't know exactly what the Iranians will do. I think they have a pretty limited toolbox available, as opposed to a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, we would have been talking about, the entire region, about Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, and proxies in Syria. But today they're left with missiles and the IRGC and perhaps overseas attacks, none of which are going to save the Iranian regime from what is coming, what I believe is coming, and that is an onslaught on the headquarters, the command and control, and the ability of the Iranian regime to continue to oppress the Iranian people.
Yet we do know the U.S. is keeping the diplomacy option on the table, and we heard Steve Witkoff, the special envoy, President Trump's special envoy, just the other day, speaking at a conference, saying we would like to still negotiate with the regime. We even gave out a list of conditions. Some of them were acceptable to Israel. Noticeable, not on the list of conditions, was any move towards protecting the protesters or any kind of real fundamental change
different rules of engagement and different use of force by the regime. Yeah.
Right. So how likely? I mean, in Israel, you're hearing an expression in Hebrew, "litkof" or "witkaf," to attack.
Yes.
Litkof or Witkoff diplomacy.
Yes, well, he is the diplomacy guy. It would be very surprising if he were to speak about military options. His toolbox is the diplomatic one, and he's someone who has brought significant achievements in the Gaza part of the world and other areas. But I don't think that is where we are going. I think that the actions, the brutality, the way that the Iranian regime chose to oppress the uprising and the protesters, to basically mow them down in cold blood with Basij and IRGC forces, with foreign mercenaries that they brought in from Iraq, from Afghanistan and other places. That is one bridge too far. That is one bloodbath too far. And I think that the personal attacks and the insults out of Khamenei's Twitter account and other accounts against President Trump, he's only digging his hole deeper, and I don't think that those are very wise decisions that have been made to communicate and to entice personally President Trump.
And Jonathan, even if there was such a serious attack, as you said, against key points of the leadership, even taking out perhaps the supreme leader, would that lead to regime change? We know how powerful and entrenched, for example, the IRGC and its various bodies are.
Indeed. And I think that the most important back-channel conversations and the other scenarios that I'm sure are happening now as we speak are different parts of the Iranian regime, the IRGC specifically, but perhaps other parts, perhaps the army. I don't think the Basij, but army and IRGC. There may be, we may see an Egyptian variant of an Iranian Assisi taking power and relieving the supreme leader of his authority and saying, I want to save the country from a foreign onslaught. I want to save us the destruction that is coming, that you have brought upon us. And as a defensive measure, we're now taking control, and this will be a transit to some type of other governance. That's also a point. I agree with you. The Iranian regime is entrenched. It is brutal. It has had a lot of time to build an oppressive system that is very powerful and still effective. They came close to, breaking, but when that came, they simply notched up the violence,
right.
Used, basically tools of war, machine guns and assault rifles, and mowed down their own people on Iranian streets. That is how desperate they were, which I think is indicative of how weak they really are when they resort to that level of violence. So bottom line, yes, powerful, yes, very varied, and there are different centers of power in the Iranian regime. I wouldn't rule out a scenario of a general or some other strong man that will come in and say, let's save us the trouble of an Iraq scenario or a Libya scenario, and let's transition into something that is a different type of regime, and let's not go all the way of having to have mayhem and anarchy on the streets, which could follow if kinetic force is applied on the centers of gravity of the Iranian regime, and then the people take over. That could become very messy.
All right, could become messy, but of course Israel, in this case perhaps, would even prefer the devil it doesn't know, compared since Iran has been for too long the devil it does know.
Indeed.
And we'll have to see if that happens. Jonathan, stay with us. We want to move on to another certainly pressing security issue for Israel. Now, the so-called day after for Gaza that was promised by the Trump peace plan is beginning to take shape, and some of it is perhaps not to Israel's liking. Now, the executive board that will oversee the governance of Gaza has including the Turkish foreign minister and Qatar's prime minister. This is despite Israel's strong opposition to either of those nations having any such role. Ali Shat, chosen by the Trump administration to lead the body that will actually administrate post-war Gaza, is a former deputy minister in the Palestinian Authority, which Israel has also rejected. And these moves are being made without any clear sign yet that Hamas plans to lay down its weapons. That's a clear precondition for phase two to proceed. Now, Prime Minister Netanyahu has agreed to join Trump's board of peace of world leaders that will sit above these bodies. But at the Knesset this week, he did publicly acknowledge Israel's differences with the U.S. over Gaza.
כן, ואני רוצה להדגיש עוד משהו. חיילים טורקיים וחיילים קטרים לא יהיו ברצועה. יש לנו ויכוח מסוים עם ידידינו בארצות הברית על הרכב מועצת היועצים, כך קוראים לזה, מועצת היועצים שתלווה את התהליכים בעזה. עכשיו, יש ויכוח, אני שם אותו כאן על הבמה, על הפודיום.
Jonathan, a rare acknowledgement publicly of the Prime Minister of a difference with the Trump administration, but perhaps some say moving the goalpost. Now it's no Turkish Qatari officials, though he acknowledges the differences. How serious a disagreement is this now between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump over the governance of Gaza?
I wouldn't know how serious the disagreement between the two leaders are, but I would say that between total victory and the completion of the goals that Israel, the Israeli cabinet, 2 years and a few months ago set forward to achieve, the complete destruction of Hamas, relieving them of control of the Gaza Strip and getting back all of the hostages, which was added later. Out of those 3 goals, only one has been achieved, almost achieved. We're still waiting for the body of Ran Gvili.
Right, and you're still, I should note, you're still wearing the hostage pin, as Ran Gvili has still not been, his remains have not been returned.
I mean, the suffering of those families won't end when the bodies come home. So I don't know when I'll take it off, but I think definitely until Ran Gvili's his body's returned home, I think I'll continue to wear it. But the difference, the abyss between what Israel wanted to achieve, set forward to achieve, and what we have today is, I think, hugely understated in what the Prime Minister said. This is not total victory. This is not Israel in control and in the driving seat of the situation. This is foreign hostile nations that are now in our backyard, and they've gotten a key from another landlord, and that is the United States of America. And I think that Israel finds itself in a position where what this basically means, the bottom line, what this means is that we're going to have an ongoing conflict with Gaza under Hamas rule, and that this is far, far from done. Future generations of Israeli soldiers will have to be called upon to fight in Gaza because Hamas is not dismantled and it is not going away. And as long as Hamas is there, whether it is directly currently in name or just one step below the surface, they're still going to be there. They're in control. They'll control education. They will still have their weapons, and they will rebuild because that is their focus. Their focus is jihad. Their focus is the destruction of the State of Israel. And until they are dismantled and disarmed, we are going to continue to have a problem. And what we're seeing now, the day after in Gaza, it is not according to Israel's goals. It is not Israel in the driving seat. There are other powers and parties that are in the driving seat. And it does not at all compute with the goals that Israel set forth to achieve after the massacre of October 7th.
Right, and you talk about Israeli soldiers having to continue to operate, to fight in Gaza, but there is a difference because there is this alternative sort of administration being set up, and you hear concern that what is developing in Gaza is a so-called Hezbollah model, where, for example, Hezbollah was operating under the cover of a Lebanese government or a pseudo-Lebanese government that did limit to some degree Israel's actions.
Yes, and the only thing missing would be a failing UN force, UNIFIL, and a weak mandate, 1701, and then, the whole charade that we saw for so many years after 2006. Yes, sadly, that's how it quacks, and that is what it looks like, and it is not to my liking. I think we are far from where we need to be. It is not where I hoped we would be in terms of the sacrifices that were made in Israeli blood. Young men, mostly men who sacrificed on the battlefield, thousands of wounded, hundreds of killed on the battlefield, and this is not the political diplomatic achievement that will ensure the absolute goal of making sure that we won't have to fight there again in this generation or the next one. With this current framework, it looks much more likely that Hamas will stay in power, have access to their weapons, and then eventually grow into another formidable fighting force, a terrorist army, and challenge Israeli security again. That is what we needed to prevent. That is what October 7 was all about.
But how much latitude does the government, the Israeli government, have at the same time it is having to work, and to tie it back to the Iran issue, when it is working with the United States and counting on the U.S. to assist it on, for example, the defense of Israel against a possible Iranian attack?
So I think you touch on the most important trade-off that Israel is making here. It's a cognitive decision that Israel is making, basically trading off Gaza and saying, I have an opportunity here to do major strategic long-term change with regards to our main enemy and our most lethal nation-state enemy, which is the Islamic Republic of Iran. There is a window of opportunity with President Trump, and the interests are aligning. Let's focus on that. And let's, swallow a very, very bitter pill, which this day after in Gaza and the Board of Peace, Turkish involvement, Qatari involvement, and basically a window dressing of a Hamas government, which is what we're going to get, Palestinian Authority and pseudo-Hamas. That's a very bitter pill, but it looks as if Israel is willing to swallow that bitter pill, hoping that it'll make significant achievements against Iran and not wanting to jeopardize those achievements with the US and saying, okay, if that's the price that we have to pay, then it looks as if the Prime Minister has made that decision and he's willing to pay that price, which means that future generations of Israelis will have to fight in Gaza. That is the bottom line.
All right, it's sort of an Iran first, Gaza later, perhaps, strategy. But as you said, this is something that, unfortunately, other future generations of young Israelis may have to contend with. Jonathan Conricus, thank you so much for joining us on our ILTV Security Brief. And now a final word. In 1991, I served a month's IDF reserve duty in the Gaza Strip, guarding the Israeli settlement block at Gush Katif. By the end of my service, I concluded it had been a mistake to establish Jewish communities in a near indefensible position surrounded by a crowded territory of nearly 2 million Palestinians. Now, I returned to Gaza in 2005 as a journalist to witness the final days of the IDF pullback from the Strip, including the evacuation of some 9,000 civilian communities. And while I understood the logic of the disengagement, to withdraw the IDF from Gaza without sufficient security arrangements in place again seemed to be a hasty move made without sufficient forethought. In both cases, short-term political considerations seem to have been given priority over well-thought-out strategic planning when it came to making these key policy decisions. Now Gaza's future is again at a turning point, with President Trump's appointment of a Board of Peace and a National Committee for the Administration of Gaza that will oversee the reconstruction and governance of the territory. The inclusion of Turkish, Qatari, and Palestinian officials who are associated with the Palestinian Authority on these bodies has rightly drawn objections from the Israeli government. But it has to be said, the Trump administration's steps in Gaza are a direct result of Israel failing to put forward its own day-after plan for the Strip, its own program to establish some kind of viable post-war administration that would be able to carry out its key aims of disarming Hamas and de-radicalizing the Palestinian civilian population. Now, this created a policy vacuum regarding Gaza's future that the U.S. has rushed to fill in this case with measures that in some degree run counter to Israel's security considerations. This is the result of an Israeli government that once again put domestic political considerations ahead of serious strategic planning, with Prime Minister Netanyahu trying to avoid a coalition crisis with far-right members of his government who were pushing unrealistic solutions for Gaza in place of making the sometimes difficult but necessary decisions that would have best ensured the future of the state. And now it is too late to rewind the calendar. As one senior U.S. official reportedly said, referring to Netanyahu's objections over the inclusion of Qatar and Turkey, Gaza is our show now, not his. Israel is certainly not likely to press President Trump too hard in Gaza when it needs critical U.S. assistance in dealing with the developing situation in Iran and the threat of another possible attack by its regime. So one can only hope, then, that the Trump administration and successive U.S. governments demonstrate the necessary strength, wisdom, and patience needed to fulfill the pledges of its peace deal, to fully disarm Hamas and end the indoctrination of hatred towards Israel that has bred generations of terrorists in Gaza. But this time around, it will also require this Israeli government and the ones that follow to finally fashion a Gaza policy that is built around clear-eyed assessments of reality rather than the wishful thinking that characterize both the right and left wings of the Israeli political spectrum, and a focus on genuine security needs rather than on domestic political considerations. Only in this way will Israel be able to provide the necessary guidance and assistance, both diplomatically and militarily, in a true partnership with the U.S., one that seeks to rebuild and recreate Gaza in a way that will ultimately prove beneficial for both Palestinians and for Israelis. Thank you for joining us on ILTV Security Brief.
Israel has begun demolishing the UNRWA headquarters in East Jerusalem, a move the United Nations is condemning, but Israel defends as lawful and long overdue. ILTV's Mayan Hoffman reports.
Israel on Tuesday began demolishing the East Jerusalem headquarters of UNRWA, sending bulldozers into the compound in the early morning hours and tearing down several buildings that once housed dozens of agency staff. The move follows years of escalating Israeli action against the organization, which Israel accuses of deep ties to Hamas and of perpetuating the conflict by maintaining refugee status across generations. In late October 2024, the Knesset passed legislation banning UNRWA from operating on Israeli territory, citing security concerns and evidence linking agency employees to terror activity. Despite those laws, some UNRWA operations in East Jerusalem had continued in a limited capacity. Israeli officials say the headquarters itself had already been vacated and no longer qualified as a protected UN site. The United Nations sharply condemned the demolition, with Secretary General Antonio Guterres calling on Israel to halt the operation and restore the compound. Speaking to reporters, a UN spokesperson framed the move as an attack on the organization itself.
UNRWA facilities are United Nations facilities. An attack on UNRWA is an attack on the United Nations.
Israel's foreign ministry rejected that claim, stating that UNRWA had already ceased operations at the site and that the compound did not enjoy immunity. The ministry said the seizure and demolition were carried out in accordance with Israeli and international law. National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir arrived at the scene as demolition began, calling it an important day for sovereignty in Jerusalem, and vowing similar action against what he described as terror supporters. Israel has intensified scrutiny of UNRWA since the October 7, 2023 Hamas massacre, after evidence emerged that agency employees participated in the attack. Israeli officials say more than 10% of UNRWA staff in Gaza have documented ties to terror groups, and that agency schools routinely incite hatred and glorify violence. The IDF has also revealed a Hamas data center beneath UNRWA's Gaza headquarters, and says it has repeatedly targeted Hamas operatives using UNRWA facilities as cover. Freed hostages have testified that they were held in UNRWA schools and buildings during captivity. UNRWA supporters argue the agency provides essential humanitarian services and warn that dismantling it could worsen instability. Israel counters that no humanitarian role justifies cooperation with terror, and that aid must be delivered through alternative, accountable frameworks.
to ILTV on the Hour. I'm India Naftali, coming to you live from Israel, bringing you all the biggest headlines from the region. And now we begin with Iran. A new report by the New York Times says Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, personally ordered security forces to show no mercy to protesters. The report says that Khamenei told the Supreme National Security Council on January 9th to crush the protests by any means necessary. Security forces were then sent into the streets with what officials described as shoot-to-kill orders. Amnesty International called it a state-organized mass killing. The New York Times says it verified video footage showing security forces firing on protesters in at least 19 cities and several neighborhoods in Tehran. Meanwhile, Time magazine reports, citing Iranian health ministry sources, that as many as 30,000 people may have been killed during a two-day crackdown on January 8th and 9th. However, internet blackouts continue to limit what can be verified inside the country. And in Israel, officials are expressing frustration over a diplomatic push by President Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff. According to Israeli media, Witkoff delivered a message from Iran's foreign minister and a written note from Iran's president to President Trump. The goal, according to a senior Israeli source, was to delay any possible U.S. military strike against Iran. Israeli officials say they are deeply concerned about negotiating with the regime that is responsible for mass killings at home. And now to Gaza. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office says Israel will reopen the Rafah crossing into Egypt after the military completes its search for the body of fallen hostage Ron Gavili. Officials say the operation could last several days, with the crossing expected to reopen by the end of the week. The opening will be partial for pedestrian crossings only. Israel says Rafah will reopen with strict security. Only people will be allowed to cross, not any goods. Everyone crossing will be checked at an Israeli security point. Rafah is currently the only crossing between Gaza and Egypt, and previously Prime Minister Netanyahu declared that the crossing was used for smuggling weapons to Hamas. And more on the search for Ron Gavili's body. Israel says that the search for the body of the last remaining hostage, Master Sergeant Ron Gavili, began over the weekend. IDF troops and forensic experts are combing an area in eastern Gaza City, including a Muslim cemetery where intelligence indicates his remains may be buried. The military says it is known for some time that the body may be located there, but recent operations and information passed by Hamas through mediators made the location more clear. The IDF says the search is complex and sensitive and depends on conditions on the ground. And next, to Israel's northern border. The IDF says it carried out new airstrikes in Lebanon in response to what it called multiple ceasefire violations by Hezbollah. The military did not release the exact locations, but said the targets were part of Hezbollah's network operating from civilian areas. The IDF accuses Hezbollah of hiding weapons and operatives in homes, seizing private property, and using villages as cover for terror activity. Israel says these actions violate agreements between Israel and Lebanon. The IDF adds that over the past months, its forces have killed 10 Hezbollah operatives across 9 locations in southern Lebanon. Finally, El Al announced on Sunday that passengers who book flights over the next 2 weeks will be able to cancel for any reason for up to 48 hours before departure and receive a full travel voucher. The move is part of a broader effort by Israeli airlines to reassure customers as uncertainty grows and flight schedules remain fluid amid concerns over a possible confrontation with Iran. Arkia and Israel are also following suit, offering what they call a cancellation shield to passengers at the time of booking. For now, Ben Gurion Airport is operating normally, with the exception of several flights to the United States that were canceled due to weather conditions. Still, Israel remains on heightened alert as expectations of a potential regional escalation continue to build. And before we go, for now, we've got some exciting news. You can get Israel updates on our WhatsApp channel. Breaking stories, live updates, and verified reports, all delivered fast and accurate. Just scan the QR code on your screen to join. That's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour, broadcasting live from Israel and the heart of the Middle East. I'm India Naftali. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Sivan Raviv, and coming up in today's newscast. The U.S. military chief arrives in Israel as pressure and military buildup intensify around Iran. Rafah is at the center of U.S.-Israel talks as Trump's envoys press Israel to open the crossing. And Israel is on alert as several airlines suspend flights in and out of Israel due to the tension with Iran. The head of U.S. Central Command, General Brad Cooper, arrived in Israel for high-level talks with senior Israeli officials, with the potential U.S. attack now possibly close enough to send the Iranian leader into his underground bunker. More on this from ILTV's Steve Leibowitz.
The visit by General Cooper comes as the United States appears to be near completing its military buildup in the region, including the deployment of the aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln, warships, destroyers, and additional air power. President Trump confirmed that what he described as a massive armada is moving toward the Middle East, saying the U.S. is getting its assets in place before a potential attack on the regime following its deadly crackdown on anti-government protests.
You know, we have a lot of ships going that direction, just in case. We have a big flotilla going in that direction. And we'll see what happens. We have a big force going toward Iran. I'd rather not see anything happen, but we're watching them very closely. But we have a armada. We have a massive fleet heading in that direction. And maybe we won't have to use it. We'll see.
Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has reportedly been moved to a fortified underground bunker in Tehran amid fears of an imminent American strike. Khamenei's son, Masoud, is reportedly now managing day-to-day communications with government bodies, a sign, according to Israeli analysts, of growing instability and disruption at the very top of the regime. The Iranian military issued a fresh warning. The commander of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, General Mohammad Pakpour, said the force is more ready than ever. Finger on the trigger. Pakpour warned the United States and Israel to, quote, avoid any miscalculation. The Iranian people, mostly opposed to the regime, are awaiting the help promised from Trump during the government massacre of its citizens. A new report from Time magazine claims that more than 30,000 people had been killed in Iran during the anti-regime protests earlier this month. The figure quoted two unnamed senior officials in Iran's health ministry and far exceeds the official Iranian toll of just over 3,000 dead.
U.S. President Donald Trump's envoys, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, are in Israel for critical talks with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Phase 2 in Gaza in general and the opening of the Rafah crossing in particular. Talks reportedly focused on the U.S. demand that Israel enable the reopening of the Rafah crossing with Egypt and advance Gaza rehabilitation plans under the Trump administration's peace framework. Israeli media reports say the Americans are pressing to open the crossing even before the return of the last hostage, Police Master Sergeant Ran Gvili, while promising continued U.S. efforts to locate and recover him. Israel confirmed the cabinet will discuss the issue as officials stressed that Hamas violations and the delayed return of Gvili's body have kept Rafah closed. The Prime Minister's office confirmed that Netanyahu met with Witkoff and Kushner, saying only that the talks focused on the second phase of the Gaza ceasefire. However, an Israeli official speaking to Hebrew-language media struck a sharply critical tone after the meeting, signaling deep frustration in Israel over the approach of the two senior Trump aides and raising questions about gaps between Jerusalem and Washington, as discussions move into details including the required disarming of Hamas. It's day 842 of the war in Gaza. The IDF says it has completed the demolition of a major Hamas tunnel in the southern Gaza Strip. According to the military, the tunnel stretched 4 kilometers and included weapon stockpiles and barracks used by Hamas operatives. The operation to destroy it began a year ago and was completed in recent days. The IDF also says that following last week's firefight in Rafah, where 6 terror operatives were killed, troops found military equipment, bomb-making manuals, and explosive devices. In a separate Rafah location, soldiers located 5 disused Hamas rocket launchers. President Donald Trump has formally launched his new Board of Peace at a signing ceremony in Davos, Switzerland, saying the body will help manage global conflicts, starting with Gaza. But while some countries have joined, others are holding back. Spain has publicly declined to take part. Germany says the plan needs changes, and the European Union is raising legal and political concerns. Meanwhile, President Trump announced that Canada's invitation has been withdrawn. ILTV's India Naftali has more for us on this matter. India, what can you share?
Yes, Sivan, last week's signing marks a major step for President Trump's new Board of Peace, which he says will help enforce ceasefires and coordinate reconstruction after wars. The initiative is already attracting support from some countries, including several in the Middle East, while others are still deciding whether or not they'll join or stay out.
President Donald Trump held a signing ceremony Thursday in Davos to formally launch his new Board of Peace. At the ceremony, Trump's senior advisor, Jared Kushner, unveiled a $25 billion plan to rebuild Gaza and turn it into an economic hub by the year 2035. The plan focuses on infrastructure, private investment, and job creation. But the new board is already facing resistance in Europe. Spain's Prime Minister Pedro Sánchez announced his country will not join.
Tras haberlo consultado con muchos de los países, tras haberlo meditado durante bastantes semanas, hoy he querido trasladar a los colegas del Consejo Europeo el que el Gobierno de España ha decidido no participar a la llamada Junta de Paz. Agradecemos la invitación, pero declinamos el participar en esa junta propuesta por la administración estadounidense.
Sanchez disapproves of the board, saying it operates outside the United Nations system and does not include the Palestinian Authority. Germany's chancellor also said Berlin cannot join under the current structure, citing constitutional concerns, but left the door open for future cooperation. The European Union's Foreign Policy Service has gone further, warning in an internal document that the board gives too much power to President Trump and departs from the limited mandate approved by the UN for Gaza. Meanwhile, President Trump announced on Truth Social that he is withdrawing Canada's invitation to the Board of Peace, although he did not give a reason why.
And as tensions mount from Iran to Gaza, we're now joined by retired Colonel Rich Outzen, Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Council, to help us break down what could come next and what it means for Israel. Thank you, Rich, for joining.
Good to be with you.
So we're witnessing a serious U.S. military presence in the region. What message does it send to Iran at the moment, and what is your assessment of an imminent attack?
Well, I think this is a very difficult deterrent situation. I think obviously President Trump, with regards to Iran, is trying to deter the regime from carrying out further massacres of its own people. As you know, Trump's position has been a little bit more reserved maybe than Jerusalem's on this. I think both the attacks on the nuclear program that happened last year and maybe further steps to destabilize the regime. There's many in the region, including in Israel, that would like to see a more forward position. Trump's been a little bit more inclined to say, well, let's try to modify their behavior. But with the news coming out that you've reported that maybe as many as 30,000 Iranian civilians, most of them young demonstrators, were killed by the regime in a 48-hour period, that cannot stand. Trump wants to be a peacemaker, and if it goes on his record that the greatest massacre of civilians since Babi Yar in World War II era it was while he was trying to deter Iran, that's a bad look. So I think he's sending a message of possible punitive steps and also certainly deterrence to any further massacres of civilians.
So it is indeed a bad look for Trump, but it appears as if a strike is still likely. But I wonder, under what conditions might Washington and Trump end up holding back?
Well, I think, Trump's a deal maker, so he's going to be looking for specific terms with regards to Iran's regional role. Iran's position, not just its nuclear program, but regionally, has taken massive blows, as you know, over the last year and a half, both because of Israel's military operations, because of operations against the Houthis and the Saudis reasserting themselves in Yemen, the collapse of the Assad regime in Syria. So I think Trump's going to be looking for a modus vivendi, some sort of indication from the Iranians that they're going to stop. They're just going to stop this failed attempt to destabilize and control their neighbors, and that also that they're going to engage in some sort of more meaningful dialogue on the nuclear program. We can't let them reconstruct that, not from Israel's perspective and not from the Americans. I think the nuclear negotiations, that file probably remains central to this. And if they continue to prevaricate and obfuscate, then I think a strike becomes more likely.
Now, Iran has said any attack on its leadership would be an all-out war. What would a conflict like that look like, in your opinion? And what risks does that pose for Israel? What should Israel brace for?
Well, I think we've seen sort of the extent of Iran's capabilities to directly strike, either at the U.S. Through naval means and mines and rockets and missiles, and also the ability to, or the attempt to strike at Israel directly with air assets, with drones primarily, but also missiles. They're just not that good at it. The Iranians have neglected their conventional forces and their air and air defense forces for, well, the entire period since the revolution in 1979 in favor of these sort of quasi-clandestine proxy wars that they have fought. I think we could indeed see another wave of launched drones and missiles sent at Iran. I think that there are Iranian sleeper cells in Europe and the United States, not so much in Israel, that could engage in sabotage. I think they'll try, and they've tried in the past, direct assassinations. We know that there's been Iranian agents arrested in the United States previously for trying to assassinate Iranian dissidents and even to try to go after U.S. political figures up to and including the president. They talk a big game. The truth is they have fairly limited direct capabilities to strike, but they can certainly kill some people and blow some things up, and I think that would be what they'll try to do.
Now, moving on to Gaza, the U.S. envoys are pressing to reopen the Rafah crossing, and even before the return of the last deceased hostage, Ran Gvili, what does Israel see as the security risks of opening Rafah?
Well, the risks clearly are that if either the Egyptians or the Palestinian Authority or international forces are running the daily traffic in and out of Rafah, that they are going to not notice remilitarization of Rafah, the rebuilding of tunnels and the smuggling of weapons, and that creates additional lethal risk for the Israeli homeland as well as for forces operating in and around Gaza. That's undeniable. The devil is in the details, though, and the problem here is that Rafah is an important lifeline for the civilians of Gaza, and clearly with the Kushner plan and Witkoff plan to reconstruct Gaza, you've got to have an economic lifeline. So how do you do that? How do you have an economic lifeline that also respects Israel's security red lines? And that's the dilemma. I will tell you, based on my time working in Israel, I spent 4 years and a lot of it dealing with Gaza, this is an eternal dilemma. And the fact is, I think it's the right thing for the U.S. administration to push Israel on this a little bit, not to ignore Israel's concerns. But there is a clear preference for security logic and sort of a deprioritization of economic logic here. And that's not the path to peace. That's just the path to having a few more decades of this same problem. So I understand the Israeli sensitivities, and we do need to do more in terms of security guarantees once Rafah is reopened. But at the same time, I think Kushner and Witkoff are right. Israel needs a little push on this.
Well, thank you for your input, Rich. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we've got some exciting news. You can now get Israel updates on our WhatsApp channel, breaking stories, live updates, and verified reports, all delivered fast and accurate. Just scan the QR code on your screen to join.
Imagine earning your master's degree on top of Mount Carmel, where forest meets sea and where every day brings a new cultural, academic, and personal adventure. This is the multi-experience at U Haifa International. Here, students from around the world live and learn together in Israel's most culturally diverse city, meeting new people, discovering new perspectives, and shaping their own Israel experience.
There's people from different countries, from different religions and different languages. Somehow we are all very similar.
At U Haifa, academics meet real life. You don't just study, you experience Israel up close, explore Haifa's mountain ocean city life, and build global friendships that last a lifetime.
It's not just a degree, it's an experience. It opens your mind, your network, and your world.
U Haifa International. Master your mind, live your Israel experience.
Many questions remain on Gaza and the prospect of opening the Rafah border crossing. Israel is insisting that the last deceased hostage, Ran Gvili, be returned first, amid broader concerns over Qatar and Turkey's role in the Gaza rebuild and the billions Kushner wants to pour into the enclave for his ambitious Gaza Riviera plan unveiled at the World Economic Forum in Davos. To break this down, I'm joined by our correspondent, Alec Pollard. Hi, Alec. Thank you very much for joining us.
Yep.
What happened to Hamas disarming and to the return of the last hostage?
What happened is that it didn't happen, even though Israel, from its perspective, in order to move on to these reconstruction phases, the very first thing that had to happen was the return of all of the hostages, including the deceased hostages, and the disarmament of Hamas. And in the meanwhile, it seems like everyone wants to rush ahead and start to rebuild Gaza when half of Gaza is under control of Hamas. Part of it is under still sort of the area that's controlled by the IDF. There's that split there, the yellow line, the separation line. But from Israel's perspective, if all of those funds are flowing in to rebuild while Hamas is the one who's running the show over there, that's a completely unacceptable situation. And this is going to be a clash with the American administration. We did hear in that meeting between Trump and Netanyahu a while back that they said within 2 months Hamas will be disarmed, but there's no practical way of doing so unless Israel does it. And if you have parachuted in this board of peace, international stabilization force, reconstruction efforts all going on over there, then Israel isn't going to be able to do it.
It seems they're trying to move forward and Israel just isn't there yet, not under their terms.
No, that's been the situation for months now, ever since the ceasefire was signed, which is there's reality and then there's the vision and what they want to do. And if you look now at what Kushner's plan that he unveiled in Davos, where he shows, 180 skyscrapers along the coast of Gaza, an airport, a seaport, data manufacturers like, high-tech. Gaza is going to be a high-tech center. How is Gaza going to be a high-tech center and a tourist center when you have Hamas armed to the teeth running around half of the enclave over there? It's a completely unrealistic scenario. Of course, Israeli officials are not going to say this to the Trump administration's face, but it's certainly concerning, this idea of pouring all this money. And it's been tried before. It's been tried before to pour billions into Gaza, into
Turn
reconstruction.
It into a Riviera,
right? Economic development. But, Hamas and the Palestinians as well. But let's say at the moment who is in charge there, which is Hamas, say their goal is to destroy Israel. So you can't build 180 skyscrapers for tourism purposes when you have another goal, which is to destroy Israel and to, move people into Israel, the right of return, as they call it, which is UNRWA's mandate. All of those things are still in place. If concessions had been demanded in return for all of those things, that would be a different story, but that simply hasn't happened.
Well, we'll certainly follow that story and see how vision meets reality. Thank you very much, Alec. Israel is watching closely a dramatic and dangerous escalation in northeastern Syria, where Syrian government forces backed by Sunni jihadist militias and Turkey are pushing into autonomous Kurdish-held areas, raising serious security concerns for Israel and its longtime Kurdish allies. ILTV's Devo Klein has more.
Amid claims of a ceasefire, Syrian forces have crossed the Euphrates and are advancing toward the Kurdish-majority Hasakeh province, as Kurdish authorities declare a state of general mobilization and warn of an imminent massacre without international intervention. Kurdish leaders say the assault is being carried out by forces linked to radical Islamist groups, including elements with deep ideological roots in ISIS, now operating under the banner of an internationally recognized government in Damascus. For Israel, this is not a distant conflict. The Kurds have been a key partner in defeating ISIS, maintaining stability east of the Euphrates, and blocking Iranian and jihadist expansion in Syria. Israeli security officials are particularly concerned that the collapse of Kurdish control could open a new corridor for Iran-backed militias, jihadist groups, and hostile forces to operate freely across eastern Syria. Kurdish officials have confirmed ongoing contact with Israeli figures and are appealing for support, saying any help that prevents a bloodbath would be welcomed. On the ground, the situation is deteriorating fast. The strategic city of Kobani is now under siege. Hasakeh is now bracing for a direct assault. Video emerging from the areas show brutal abuses, including executions and the mistreatment of women, footage that has deepened fears of a return to ISIS-style atrocities in the region. The story of the Jewish people has never been about standing still. It's a story of moving forward, of taking responsibility, of protecting what matters, no matter the challenge. That story is still being written today, not with swords, but with stewardship of the land, with the rule of law, and with the determination to secure Israel's future. And on the front lines of that mission stands Regavim. Regavim is a public movement dedicated to defending Israel's national lands and natural resources in the field, in the courts, and in the public square. Through research, on-the-ground action, and legal advocacy, Regavim works to uphold the rule of law and to ensure that Israel can grow, thrive, and remain rooted in its homeland.
Israeli security forces have completed a major anti-terror operations in the ancient biblical city of Hebron, targeting terror infrastructure and illegal weapons in Judea. The operation in the Jabal Johar neighborhood involved IDF troops, the Shin Bet, border police, and Israel police officers from the Judea and Samaria district, operating under the command of the Judea Brigade. Security forces sealed off the area and searched approximately 350 buildings as part of the week-long operation, which ended over the weekend. 14 suspects wanted for terror activity and illegal weapons possession were arrested. Forces also seized 8 firearms, including M16 and M4 rifles and handguns, along with dozens of knives and additional weapons. The IDF says the operation was aimed at preventing terror attacks and strengthening security in the Hebron area.
Step into the story of Israel's heartland with Blessed by Israel, where every purchase connects you to the land, the people, and the promise. Taste the sweetness of the promised land in their delicious honeys, or wear the story of the land close to your heart with the stunning Special Places of the Land necklace. Behind each product is a family, pioneers living in Judea and Samaria, crafting beauty and goodness from the soil of the Bible. When you buy their creations, you're not only receiving something extraordinary, you're investing in Israel's future, helping small businesses thrive and communities grow strong. Join a movement that celebrates faith, resilience, and hope. Visit blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL, that's BLESSISRAEL, at checkout for 10% off on your first order. Be part of strengthening Israel, one purchase at a time.
IDF spokesman Brigadier General Efi Defrin says that there are no changes to Home Front Command guidelines for Israeli civilians. The IDF is optimally prepared both defensively and offensively. Defrin said it is important to emphasize that there is no change to the Home Front Command's instructions. The military will issue immediate updates if the situation changes. The message from the IDF comes as several major international airlines have suspended flights to Israel and the region, citing escalating security concerns. Dutch carrier KLM and Air France announced they are canceling weekend flights to Tel Aviv, with KLM also halting service to Dubai and Saudi Arabia. Other airlines, including Lufthansa, Swiss, United Airlines, and Air Canada, have also canceled or suspended flights. The decisions come amid intensifying speculation that U.S. President Donald Trump may order military action against Iran following a deadly crackdown on anti-regime protesters. As we reported, Trump has confirmed a significant U.S. military buildup in the region, including naval forces moving toward Iran, even as Israel's defense establishment stresses there is no immediate threat to the home front. Now let's take a look at the weather forecast. Partly cloudy skies are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 10 degrees Celsius or 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see clear skies alongside steady temperatures, seeing highs of 21 degrees Celsius or 70 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and keep up with us on social media. That's at ILTV_Israel on all platforms. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Sivan Raviv. Be well, be safe, and thank you so much for watching.
It's late at night and all over my feed, reports of the Iranian airspace shutting start to surface. The Pentagon is ready and pilots are in flight. An imminent US attack on the Islamic regime is about to happen. All over the world, people are holding their breath, and then, in the last minute, Trump cancels it. No attack, no intervention. Iran reopens its airspace, and a press release is given by Trump, who announces that the Islamic regime has stopped all the murders and executions, and so the intervention is unnecessary. Well, that's the official excuse. But the real story is very different. It's Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE that have asked him to stop the attack. It's not just an ask. They actively deny access to their airspace, and in Qatar's case, forbid them from using their US base on Qatar soil to launch the attack. Why are the nations that have feared Iran for decades now acting as its primary shield against American intervention? In the Middle East, there are always many, many more layers to a story that are often untold, which is exactly what we are going to do today. But we're getting way ahead of ourselves. To truly understand this, we need to start at the beginning. This is the Mira K Show on JNS TV. Let's do it. So we're going to start back in 1971. The US is in trouble. It's losing the Vietnam War and it's broke, really broke. And they are still locked in a Cold War against Russia. To make matters worse, the British Empire has just packed up and left the Gulf of Iran, leaving the world's leading oil supply unmanned. This creates a massive power vacuum that the Americans are terrified the Soviets are gonna fill. Iran's location controls the energy flow to Europe and Asia, as we have previously discussed, and if Russia takes control of that, it's catastrophic for the West. Someone needs to oversee it. But since the US can't afford to deploy 100,000 troops, they come up with a twin pillars strategy. And here's the deal that they struck. It's a division of labor. Pillar number 1 is with Iran. They're the muscle. Washington is looking at the Shah of Iran and sees a secular, ambitious leader who wants to recreate the Persian Empire. So they sold him their most advanced weaponry, tanks, destroyers, and most famously the F-14, which was the most sophisticated fighter jet on Earth, and the only country allowed to fly them, besides the US, is now Iran. In return, the Shah's job is to patrol the waters, keep the shipping lanes open, and make sure the Soviets don't get any ideas. Pillar number 2 of this twin pillar strategy is Saudi Arabia. They are the bank. They don't have the population to field a massive army like Iran, but they have something else: spiritual legitimacy. They can fight against communist ideals with their religion, stopping it from spreading across the Arab nations. But more importantly, they have unlimited cash. Their job is to keep the Arab world anti-communist and stabilize the oil markets. In the 1970s, almost every oil country, like Iran, have huge populations to feed. So they're pumping every drop of oil they can just to pay their bills. They have zero flexibility. Saudi Arabia, however, is different. Because they have a tiny population and massive reserves, they can afford to lead millions of barrels in the ground, and this gives them the spare capacity. If Iran tries to blackmail the US by raising prices, let's say, Saudi Arabia can just turn on a valve, flood the market with their spare oil, and crash the price. Effectively, they are the ones who control the price of oil. It's important to note that their king, too, is forward-thinking. He's no friend to Israel, but he sees the Russians as the ultimate threat to Islam, and he realizes that the US are good allies for him to have, so they can offer him solutions to real issues he is facing in Saudi Arabia. In 1974, they formalized this. The US Treasury secretly flew to Riyadh to close what is now known as the petrodollar agreement. It's pure genius in its simplicity, but it's also something that drastically impacts the world till this day, and most people don't even know about it. The terms are pretty straightforward. The US agreed to provide absolute military security to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and, crucially, to use the US Army of Engineers to modernize the countries, building their military bases, ports, and universities, and transforming them from a desert to a superpower. Remember, this is a time when Arab monarchies are falling like flies. You've got Egypt, etc., and the Saudis want protection against that. In exchange For this protection, the Saudis agreed to price all oil sales in US dollars and to invest their surplus profits back into the US Treasury bonds. So, what does that mean for those of us who are not obsessed with economics? The Saudis, having the most surplus of oil, set the rules of the game. And by pricing the oil in dollars, they effectively force every country in the world that wants to buy oil to need to do so in dollars. This suddenly makes the dollar high in demand, which in turn stabilizes the US economy. This is true till this day. You know how you might live in a different country, but you still know how much the dollar is worth? This is due to the petrodollar system. Every country has to own dollars to be able to interact with the oil market. And then in turn, because they have dollars, they also use it for other things to fuel their economy. The Saudis, in return for the tech and protection, gave the US back its economic stronghold. They also invested all of the extra cash they had in the US, giving the US room to grow and develop because it was a lot of cash. Interestingly enough, because the US supported Israel, the Saudis didn't want to be seen as Zionists. So this is all done in complete secret, with the US building out secret entities just for them that weren't traceable in the same way. Whatever. That's a story for another time. It's starting to make sense now why the relationships with the Saudis is much more crucial than we have all been led to believe. But I am getting ahead of myself. Because with the US economy stabilized, the Saudis are strong, and Iran's military abilities are growing, it seems like all is well. Until 1979, the year that everything falls apart, like we've discussed in our previous episode. The muscle, the Shah of Iran, collapses. The US watches in horror as their strongest ally in the region, who was overseeing the oil, is now overthrown. Not by a Soviet army, but by a religious revolution led by the Ayatollah Khomeini, our best friend. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but we have to be a little bit honest. This was largely due to a terrible miscalculation by the United States. By the late 70s, Washington was actually becoming a little bit sick of the Shah. He was becoming arrogant and hiking up oil prices to fund his own ego and ignoring American advice, so the Carter administration made a fatal gamble. They looked at the opposition and thought, maybe we can work with these new guys. Maybe getting rid of the Shah is not the worst thing, and they were insanely wrong. They didn't get a better partner. They got a regime that took 52 American diplomats hostage and declared the US the Great Satan, and we know the rest of that story. Now, remember all of the tech we had gifted Iran in return for protection against the Soviets? This is now in the hands of the crazy Ayatollah. The billions of dollars of top-tier American technology we had poured into Iran are now in the hands of an enemy. So the Shah falls, and suddenly Washington and Saudi Arabia are staring at the same nightmare scenario. They weren't just afraid of Iran being mean to its population. They're afraid of two very specific things that are threatening the Western world order. Number one, the new Iranian regime wasn't just a government, it's a cause. As we've discussed, Ayatollah Khomeini openly declares that the monarchy is anti-Islamic. By him taking over Iran and deposing the king, the Shah, he's broadcasting a message to the people of Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Bahrain who are very religious. Your kings are corrupt American puppets. Rise up and overthrow them like we did. The Saudis are terrified. They saw Iran as a virus that could infect their own population and dissolve their borders. That's a threat that they're not happy with. But there's also the logistical nightmare that now comes with this. This is really the American fear. Look at a map of the Persian Gulf. There's a tiny narrow exit door at the bottom called the Strait of Hormuz. Roughly 30% of the world's seaborne oil passes through that door every single day. If Iran controlled both sides of the Gulf, they could simply lock the door. They could freeze the economies of Europe, Japan, and the US overnight. And so the agenda that the US and Saudis come up with is ruthless. It's about containment. They realize that they can't invade Iran. It was too big and the mountains are too rugged. Instead, they have to basically bleed the revolution dry. They have to keep the Iranian military so busy fighting for its life that it wouldn't have the energy to topple any other governments. And the solution? They find themselves a contractor. Right next door was Saddam Hussein of Iraq. He was a secular dictator who hated the religious fanatics in Iran. So in a cynical move, the US and Saudi Arabia effectively back him to start a war. Saudi Arabia provide the cash, as they always do, billions of dollars, and the US provide the intel, the tech, the satellite imagery. They don't necessarily want Saddam Hussein to win. They just want Iran to lose. And for 8 brutal years, 1980 to 1988, it works. The war acted as a pressure valve, trapping the Iranian revolution inside its own borders and keeping the oil flowing through the strait. But once the war ended, the US realized something a little bit problematic. You can't just keep hiring local dictators to do your dirty work. Eventually, they might go rogue, which, as you might remember, Saddam Hussein did. He was a terrible person, and not somebody that you remember as a friend to the US, despite the fact that the US had backed him. So in 1990, the US make a decision to shift their strategies, and that kind of brings us to today. They stop hiring contractors and move themselves into the neighborhood. And this marks the shift we have all become familiar with. Hundreds of thousands of US troops on the ground throughout the Middle East. Most people just leave it at that. They think the US intervention in the region is simply about America wanting the oil, but in truth, it's much more complicated. It's about the dollar. We have to understand that the US-Saudi relationship isn't just a military alliance. It is the engine room of the American economy. Back in 1974, this deal that was struck is still impacting us till this day. Yes, it was pure genius in its simplicity, but it's vital for the US global power. This is the way that the dollar stays strong. It's based on the Saudis. America's willingness to protect the royal family wasn't altruistic. It was based on them refunding and putting those billions of dollars back into the US Treasury. This is how the US runs massive deficits and doesn't crash its economy. The Saudis create, till this day, a constant global demand for that dollar, and they fund the US government's debt. So when the US sends troops to the Middle East, they aren't just protecting oil wells, they are protecting the value of the currency in your wallet. But over the last few years, the Saudis have realized that this protection part of the deal might be a lie, which is why a moment that happened in 2019 is kind of pretty crucial. In the early hours of the morning of September, a swarm of Iranian-made drones and cruise missiles slammed into Saudi Arabian oil processing facilities. It was a devastating precision strike that knocked out almost 50% of Saudi Arabia's oil production in minutes. The Saudis, remembering their deal, looked to the White House, expecting the full force of the US military to retaliate against Iran. After all, that was the deal. We give you the oil market and you give us protection. But the response was a little bit shocking. Trump basically said that the attack was unfortunate. It's an attack on Saudi Arabia and not the United States, and so we don't really want to intervene. He kind of hesitated. And ultimately, there was no proper American counterstrike. In that moment, the calculus in Saudi Arabia shifted. They realized that they were vulnerable and that their entire economic future, their Vision 2030, the $1 trillion project to move away from oil dependency and build futuristic cities like Neom, was sitting in a glass house. You see, the Saudis understand that oil is becoming less and less important. Right now, of course, oil is very important. But with time, as green energy comes in, countries are going to need other things to fuel their economy. And the Saudis are banking on building a global tourism and tech hub. But if there are Iranian missiles raining down on your airports, tourism and tech isn't really going to develop. They realize that if the US wouldn't fight Iran, they need to appease Iran. And this is where things get a little bit dangerous. As we'd mentioned, Saudi Arabia and Iran were enemies, definitely ideologically, when Khomeini came in. But now the Saudis realize, wait a second, maybe being on the side of the West isn't exactly the smartest thing for us. Maybe we're better off brokering some sort of peace deal with Iran so that we're in safe territory. In March 2023, Saudi Arabia and Iran signed a deal to restore relations, but it wasn't brokered by the US. It was brokered by Beijing, China. The Saudis took out an insurance policy. They know Iran relies on China to buy a huge amount of its oil. By bringing Beijing in as the guarantor, the Saudis effectively ensured that if Iran attacks them, Iran is defying its own economic lifeline. But here's the catch. Note who they chose as their partner. The Saudis are quietly shifting directions. Whilst they had focused on the West and America as being their partner, they're now looking at the Chinese and the Iranians, which is something that the Americans notice. This is a bit problematic. Keep in mind, by the way, that the deal that Saudi Arabia has with Iran to protect its own location is with the current regime. If the US attacks and topples the Ayatollah, if there is a regime change, the Saudi-China deal becomes void. The Saudis look at the fall of the mullahs and they don't really see liberation for the Iranian people, who they couldn't care less about. They see chaos that would ruin their economy. So, ironically, the Saudis have become the primary defenders of the status quo in Iran. This is deeply worrying for the US. If the Saudis are now looking to China and Qatar for protection, they don't need the petrodollar deal anymore. If they start selling oil in yuan, the American economic superpower status is in real danger. But obviously, it gets more complicated. If you were to look at a map of the ideologies of the Middle East, the Saudis, although not Western, have traditionally been aligned with the UAE, Dubai. Both nations were the anti-Islamist bloc, and that was significant because they are a massive portion of the Middle East. They're the forward-thinking, modernizing autocracies that view groups like the Muslim Brotherhood and Hamas as threat to their rule. On the other side, you had Iran and Qatar. They were different. They were the patrons of political Islam. Qatar hosts the Muslim Brotherhood, Iran backs Hamas and Hezbollah. For decades, Saudi Arabia and the UAE were locked in a pro-stability alliance to keep the Islamist revolutionary axis at bay. But as of a few weeks ago, the architecture has shifted. A headline most of us missed has taught us a suspicious new direction for the Saudis, which, if you were looking, you may have started to notice back in 2023. They are suddenly starting to make enemies with their old friends in the UAE and cozying to Qatar. What about this? Well, reports surfaced of Saudis backing forces actually clashing with the UAE-backed separatists in southern Yemen. It wasn't just a skirmish, it's a symptom of a much, much deeper problem. The Saudis and the Emiratis are now bitter economic rivals, competing for the same foreign capital and regional status. The Saudis feel that the UAE is undercutting them, and to stabilize themselves as the superior force in the Middle East, they've decided that it's time to cut that relationship with the UAE. But it's not just the UAE that they are leaving. They are leaving the Western mentality by cozying to China, to Qatar, who can help them tremendously with funding if their 2030 project goes wrong. They are in many ways joining a side that is very problematic. It's also an indicator of a much more worrying track for the next few years, because the Saudis are worried that their financial overhaul isn't happening fast enough, and they are looking for new friends who can offer different things. This is where Qatar enters the picture. Qatar shares a massive gas field with Iran, and because of this geography, Qatar has always maintained a working relationship with Iran, acting as a bridge. By pivoting towards Qatar and away from the UAE, Saudi Arabia is effectively trying to buy safety. They are aligning with the Qatar-Iran axis, not because they like them ideologically, but because Qatar can mediate with Iran to keep their kingdom safe from attack. This is much, much, much more worrying for the US. I'm not saying if the Saudi and Qatar shift is the sole reason the US held back on attacking Iran. It looks like an insufficient answer on its own, but I will say this. This marks a very big shift in the geopolitics of the Middle East that, of course, then impacts the US. The Saudis are moving away from the American security umbrella and towards a regional integration model with their former enemies. And it's not being talked about enough. Keep in mind the fact that the Saudis made a deal with Iran that they would lose if the regime changes. They don't want this regime to change, even if it's terrible. It's another reason they aren't excited about this, even if it means that it's the downfall of their once ideological enemy. Ideologies get in the way when finances are being attacked. As always, the media is negligent, giving you pieces of the story but not connecting the bigger dots. You've probably seen about 100 articles about how the US should intervene in Iran, but bets are that part of the story has been missed from the narrative. Have you even heard of the petrodollar? Why talk about the main decision factor when we could focus on personality politics instead? Now, all of this is important, but it still doesn't explain why I, as an Israeli, am speaking about this. Have no fear. It all makes sense. You see, I'm interested in the question of where this leaves Israel. because we have to look past the headlines. Whilst the media is focusing on whether a Saudi-Israel peace treaty is on or off, the real game is quietly happening underground. We know that public normalization is currently stuck. You can't be best friends with Israel whilst you're busy appeasing the Iranian regime. But Israel realized years ago that in this neighborhood, you cannot rely on diplomatic smiles or signed pieces of paper. You need leverage. You need to be essential. And this is where the strategy that we are currently seeing comes into play. Despite their leverage over the US, the Saudis still have a massive geographical vulnerability. Their entire economy relies on exporting oil. And right now that oil is trapped between two dangerous choke points, the Strait of Hormuz in the Persian Gulf and the one in the Red Sea. Both are effectively controlled by Iran or its proxies. And if a war starts and those straits close, the Saudi economy stops. China can't fix that. Qatar can't fix that. But you've guessed correctly, Israel is the only one who can. For the last 2 years behind closed doors, and whilst we have been fighting on multiple fronts, Israel has been laying the groundwork to connect the Saudi pipeline network to the Israeli one. Remember, Israel has access to Europe. This infrastructure creates a secure route that bypasses the Iranian Navy entirely, sending Saudi oil and AI and data directly to the Mediterranean and into Europe. This creates a new reality. The Saudis might pivot to China for political cover, but their physical-economic lifeline to the West now runs through Israel. This is, by the way, how you build stability in the Middle East. Not through warm feelings and summits, but through cold, hard necessity. The Saudis don't have to love us. They just have to need us. And right now, Israel is positioning itself as the one asset that the kingdom cannot survive without. And honestly, the genius of it cannot be overstated. We hear Prime Minister Netanyahu making public statements about moving away from dependency on the US, and most people think he's just talking about ammunition shipments or the UN vetoes, but it is a bit deeper than just military aid. It's about realizing that the economic future of the world might just be located right here in the Middle East. And in that future, hedging your bets to be perceived as an indispensable friend rather than a charity case is the name of the game. And to think that this infrastructure strategy was being planned in advance during a multi-front war is just beyond me. While the IDF were fighting in Gaza and Lebanon, the strategists have been laying the groundwork for the next 50 years of economic dominance. This is pure genius. So where does this leave us now? In a complicated and uncertain new dynamic. We have to understand that Trump buddying up with Qatar and Saudi Arabia is more intentional than we had previously thought. Making an enemy of them isn't simple. Their decision impacts every American, whether Americans realize it or not. And if they're going to be moving towards more anti-Western ideologies, Americans should probably know that their top-notch weaponry is being sent to these people, like in the case with Iran. It's a bet. And unfortunately, it's one that isn't that unfamiliar to Americans. But quietly, Israel is hedging its bets too. We're moving away from being completely reliant on the West and the US as our sole defenders. Instead, we're building out our own long-term insurance policies for security, and we aren't the only ones. Look at the United States. Why do you think there is suddenly a decision to go after Venezuelan oil? Because Washington doesn't want the dependency on the shaky Gulf allies anymore either. It is all very up in the air, but these are exciting times. As we have said from the very beginning, the Middle East is the most interesting place in the world, and the lesson here is clear. We shouldn't be fighting to ask for favors. We shouldn't be begging for alliances. We should be setting the leverage to ensure that our potential enemies are actually dependent on us. And that is exactly what is happening. We are moving away from dependency on the US and into a relationship of semi-equals. The shekel is doing very well, and we are doing the same with the Saudis. We aren't asking them to like us. We're just making sure they can't live without us. And that kind of works for me. I'm Ira Kay, and I'll see you next time.
And now, as anti-Semitism surges across the West and following the horrific Bondi Beach massacre in Australia, Rabbi Daniel Rowe, senior lecturer at Aish, is here to explain why this is not just a Jewish crisis, but a deeper breakdown threatening Western society itself. Rabbi Rowe, thank you so much for joining us.
Pleasure, thank you.
So we're seeing anti-Semitism surge across the West, throughout the world, in many ways that, people thought was impossible to see after the Holocaust. Now, you've argued that this isn't just a Jewish problem. It's fundamentally changing Western society itself. Can you maybe elaborate on that?
Yeah, sure. Well, first of all, when anti-Semitism in general is like this social pathology, like this thing that can just erupt at any moment, where all the world's problems are linked to the Jewish people. And it typically resides, a lot of the movements that drive it are angry with the world and need something that's not real to blame. They don't want to turn inwards and face their own problems, so there's this mythical answer called the Jewish people. And if you look even today, most of the movements driving anti-Semitism have a very deep anti-societal agenda. Uproot the Western world, tear the whole thing down. So that's why it's always a global issue. It's never really a localized issue.
And now you've also written extensively about how anti-Semitism often manifests as anti-Israel sentiment, right? That then spreads to attacks on diaspora Jewry that live, thousands of miles away from Israel and have nothing to do with Israeli policies, but Jews are targeted nonetheless. What does this tell us about sort of the nature of modern-day anti-Semitism?
Yeah, so modern anti-Semitism is really it's like a virus that's mutated into a new environment. Anti-Semitism, and this is the key point, is never really Jew hatred in the conventional racist bigotry sense. Yes, there's racism and bigotry against Jews as against all minorities. But what makes anti-Semitism unique is this bizarre need to take whatever the collective Jew is and demonize it. And so when the collective Jew was, let's say, they were seen as people living in ghettos, then they're the filth-spreading diseases. When they were moneylenders, they're raping society. When it's about religion, then they're people who've killed Jesus. When it's about secularism, they're the people infiltrating society. So it will always shift. Today, the collective Jew is seen as the state of Israel. So when you have this, and criticism against the state of Israel is fine, so is criticism against individual Jews, but when it's an obsessive need to, in exaggerated language, to really demonize the collective, then you know that the ultimate target is the whole Jewish people.
Mm-hmm. Now, you've suggested that combating anti-Semitism requires not just refuting sort of this hatred, but actually addressing sort of the underlying, let's call it, brokenness and despair in society, particularly among young men who we see today are being radicalized. It's an unusual approach. Can you explain why you think, healing society's problems is sort of essential to actually fighting anti-Semitism?
Well, I think there's two dimensions to this. One is, yes, the rational, happy human being is not as vulnerable to the virus of anti-Semitism. It's the person angry with the world who, for some reason, locks onto, or society locks onto, it's the Jews. And you can explain it religiously, as a rabbi I would, or you can explain it secularly, and it's not too far apart. It's this, you see, Jews star in every foundational text of the major religions and ideologies that are prevalent in the Western world. To a Christian, we're there in the Old Testament and New Testament. It's all about Jews. To a Muslim, the Quran's all about Jews. To communists, the origin story is linked to the Jews, and it was very linked to anti-Semitism for the word go. So that it's almost like this bizarre obsession with these are the people responsible for everything wrong in the world. It's narrated from the origin books. But the flip side is they should be the ones solving the world's problems. It's a very strange thing. And until recently, we've had nothing we could do but pray to God for a better world. And we should still do that. But now, the state of Israel, we're a nation. There's a lot of talent, there's a lot of capability, and we should think about this strategically for the state of Israel. For the cost of a lot less than an F-35, you could put massive brain power into making a better world for young people. And that would be, self-interestedly, that would make us safer. But, there's almost like this calling. What was the very first line the Torah starts the Jewish journey with? Through you should be blessed all families of earth. And it's almost like subconsciously the world's putting you're to blame. We don't need to accept the idea we're to blame, but let's take the flip side of that. If we're not going to be treated like other nations, let's turn that into, let's bring our talents, skills, and experience for thousands of years to make a better world for everybody. And I think we can really do it.
Well, I like the optimism, and I certainly hope so. Rabbi Rowe, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm India Naftali, coming to you live from Israel, bringing you all the biggest headlines from the region. And now we begin with Iran. A new report by the New York Times says Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, personally ordered security forces to show no mercy to protesters. The report says that Khamenei told the Supreme National Security Council on January 9th to crush the protests by any means necessary. Security forces were then sent into the streets with what officials described as shoot-to-kill orders. Amnesty International called it a state-organized mass killing. The New York Times says it verified video footage showing security forces firing on protesters in at least 19 cities and several neighborhoods in Tehran. Meanwhile, Time magazine reports, citing Iranian health ministry sources, that as many as 30,000 people may have been killed during a two-day crackdown on January 8th and 9th. However, internet blackouts continue to limit what can be verified inside the country. And in Israel, officials are expressing frustration over a diplomatic push by President Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff. According to Israeli media, Witkoff delivered a message from Iran's foreign minister and a written note from Iran's president to President Trump. The goal, according to a senior Israeli source, was to delay any possible U.S. military strike against Iran. Israeli officials say they are deeply concerned about negotiating with the regime that is responsible for mass killings at home. And now to Gaza. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office says Israel will reopen the Rafah crossing into Egypt after the military completes its search for the body of fallen hostage Ron Gavili. Officials say the operation could last several days, with the crossing expected to reopen by the end of the week. The opening will be partial for pedestrian crossings only. Israel says Rafah will reopen with strict security. Only people will be allowed to cross, not any goods. Everyone crossing will be checked at an Israeli security point. Rafah is currently the only crossing between Gaza and Egypt, and previously Prime Minister Netanyahu declared that the crossing was used for smuggling weapons to Hamas. And more on the search for Ron Gavili's body. Israel says that the search for the body of the last remaining hostage, Master Sergeant Ron Gavili, began over the weekend. IDF troops and forensic experts are combing an area in eastern Gaza City, including a Muslim cemetery where intelligence indicates his remains may be buried. The military says it is known for some time that the body may be located there, but recent operations and information passed by Hamas through mediators made the location more clear. The IDF says the search is complex and sensitive and depends on conditions on the ground. And next, to Israel's northern border. The IDF says it carried out new airstrikes in Lebanon in response to what it called multiple ceasefire violations by Hezbollah. The military did not release the exact locations, but said the targets were part of Hezbollah's network operating from civilian areas. The IDF accuses Hezbollah of hiding weapons and operatives in homes, seizing private property, and using villages as cover for terror activity. Israel says these actions violate agreements between Israel and Lebanon. The IDF adds that over the past months, its forces have killed 10 Hezbollah operatives across 9 locations in southern Lebanon. Finally, El Al announced on Sunday that passengers who book flights over the next 2 weeks will be able to cancel for any reason for up to 48 hours before departure and receive a full travel voucher. The move is part of a broader effort by Israeli airlines to reassure customers as uncertainty grows and flight schedules remain fluid amid concerns over a possible confrontation with Iran. Arkia and Israel Air are also following suit, offering what they call a cancellation shield to passengers at the time of booking. For now, Ben Gurion Airport is operating normally, with the exception of several flights to the United States that were canceled due to weather conditions. Still, Israel remains on heightened alert as expectations of a potential regional escalation continue to build. And before we go, for now, we've got some exciting news. You can get Israel updates on our WhatsApp channel. Breaking stories, live updates, and verified reports, all delivered fast and accurate. Just scan the QR code on your screen to join. That's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour, broadcasting live from Israel and the heart of the Middle East. I'm India Naftali. Thanks for watching.
every time in my own marriage I thought my wife was the problem, I realized that I was the problem. And it took a lot.
I'm so glad you said that and I didn't have to say
it. Not because she told me that, but because through self-reflection and therapy, every time a person thinks that the other one has to change, I'm not saying they don't, but first and foremost, so do you. And the humility to say, you know what, maybe I'm also not doing things the way that I should. So that's my advice. Whenever you think the other person's the problem, you are no less the problem. But it needs humility. It takes two to tango.
Hello and welcome to the Jewish Matchmaker podcast on ILTV. I'm Aliza Ben Shalom, your host, and today I am speaking with Rabbi Doron Peretz, the chairman of World Mizrahi and president of the World Zionist Organization. Married to Shelley, father of 4, and grandfather to 1, he made Aliyah from South Africa 11 years ago and currently lives in Yad Binyamin. His second child, Captain Daniel Perez, Zichron Livracha, was killed and captured on October 7th, and his body returned for burial exactly 2 years later on Simchat Torah. As we begin this podcast, I want to offer that any Torah wisdom that is gained from this podcast should please God be a merit to your son, Captain Daniel Peretz. May his neshama have an aliyah.
Amen. Thank you, Aliza, and it's an honor to be with you on this podcast.
Thank you, Rabbi, for joining me. And maybe if we could just start a little bit with how these last 2 years have been for you and how you as a family, and especially with your wife, have been able to navigate these challenging times. I think that for young people, and you're looking to get married, or second time around you get married, and we have all these hopes and dreams of what marriage and life and family is going to be like. And then we come to actually living life. We have really challenging situations that we face. I think that most people do not deal with anything near what you have dealt with. And if you could please help us to learn, how could somebody navigate through the most tragic and just difficult circumstances and hold together a healthy marriage? How is this even possible?
Yeah, I think not only did our lives change on Simchat Torah October 7th, not only thousands of others who lost family and children and had family members abducted, but I think the Jewish people in the world's life in some ways shifted. And I often say what got you here isn't going to get you there. I really have to feel that we had to raise our game. We had to dig very, very deep. The knowledge that you wake up one day and your son is now missing, and then you understand is possibly alive in Gaza, and heaven forbid what's going on with him being tortured. It's one's worst nightmare, and you really now have to think, how do you cope with this? And, in some ways I feel nothing prepared us for this. In other ways, I feel our whole life experience prepared us for this very challenging moment. Thankfully, my wife and I were about to be all being well. In January, we married for 28 years.
Wow.
So when this happened, we had been married for over 25 years. So we had 25 years of marriage experience to be able to navigate this in the best possible way. I think what helped me, I want to share with you, Aliza, and all the viewers and listeners, is the following. Somebody, on day 163 on the 17th of March, we were informed that Daniel had been killed on October 7th. Until then, we were hoping he was alive. Once we heard, unfortunately, that dreaded knock on the door that he'd been killed, we had to decide to do a funeral the next day. Although we didn't have his body, we were lucky that the army had his uniform with blood in it. They'd done DNA testing that was found on October 8th. They also had found blood in and around the tank, so they'd collected all of this blood and in the uniform. And according to Jewish law, you bury what you have. So we did a full military funeral on Mount Herzl. In fact, until his second burial, when his body came back, he was the only grave on Har Herzl since October 7th that there was a grave but no body inside. Wow. Baruch Hashem, as you said in the introduction, his body came back incredibly exactly 2 years later. He was killed and taken captive in the morning of Simchat Torah. The military rabbi who received his body in Gaza told us that the soldiers were davening Ma'ariv, the evening prayer, on Simchat Torah evening, 2 years later. And they were finished the evening prayer, and they were about to do the hakafot, to dance with the Sifrei Torah. And at that moment, the Red Cross delivered the body.
Wow.
So they literally, before they were about to dance, that's when they received the body. So it was very meaningful for us that exactly 2 years later, his body returned miraculously, and he was buried the next day. But in the first shiva, Somebody came to me, God sends you these angels, you don't know where they come from. Somebody took me aside during the Shiva and said to me, look, you don't know who I am. I just wanted to share with you that I lost a child a number of years ago as well. He was killed in service as well. And I just want to give you the following advice. This is clearly why he came to the Shiva, to dispense some information, which was invaluable for me. He said, I see that you seem to be quite strong and stoic in handling things in a certain way. I want you to know it's not enough that you handle it well. You have to pay attention how your wife handles it and every one of your children, because the entry point is that you handle it well. But you have to make sure, and here's the key sentence he said, that the way that you handling it does not distance you from your spouse and children. And the insight that gave me was, which I suppose I'd already had from 6 months of going through this with my wife, is to see how differently we were all handling it. For instance, the first 6 months, 5.5 months when we were waiting for Daniel's body, was it 4.5 months, 163 days, 4.5 months, I think. I actually handled it better than my wife, I'd say, in that with less pain. I worked very, very hard to not think about Daniel. I said, if I'm going to be with Daniel in the dungeons of Gaza, it will not only destroy me. If I'm worrying about what he's going through, I won't be able to help him. And I need to, on some level, disconnect emotionally so that I can help him. Yeah. And somehow I went back to my default position. I'm good at doing.
Right.
I'm good at doing.
Step out in the world, make something happen.
And do. So when I'm in my default position, I'm doing. So as long as I was doing, I was okay. My wife, also being a mother, I'm not saying it's the same with everyone, but I've seen most of the mothers. How do you disconnect emotionally from what your child is going through in Gaza? Yeah. So it's our child, her child. She's the mom. So I felt, she's with him there. I felt those 163 days were the deepest suffering I'd ever seen in my life on a personal level. So already I had 163 days we were handling it very differently. Incredibly, Elisa, I want to share with you that during the Shiva, the first Shiva, I said to my wife, her name is Shelley, I said, Shell, we'd hardly seen each other during the Shiva. It was the Shabbos. I said, Shell, you okay? How are you doing?
Yeah.
She floored me with what she said. She said, Doron, I can't believe that I'm saying this. I actually feel better. I feel lighter. I said, what? It's exactly not what I felt. I'm highlighting how different it was. I said, Sherry.
Right. You started to shift. She was feeling the relief. You know what's happening. We're moving on. We're transitioning from not knowing to grief to mourning. And for you, you went from doing to having to flip and sit in the grief and sit in the mourning.
Exactly.
My husband and I go through this also when we have emergencies and things happen. One of us holds it together and the other one, I'll call it, loses it a little bit. And then we reverse, and I find the same thing happens. Afterwards, he's the one that's crying. I'm like, what are you crying for? It's over. It's over. Like there's a relief that happens, and I'm in the moment, more emotional about it.
It's exactly what you're saying, and I just want to share exactly what happened in that conversation, because exactly what you said. I said to her, Shelley, you feel relief now that we know that Daniel's dead and not returning alive? I said, how can you say that? It's exactly the opposite of what I felt. She said, Doron, let me try explain it to you. I now know that Daniel did not suffer, is not suffering, and will not suffer. And I feel a relief. Yeah.
Just chills as you said that.
And then I said to her, but Shell, we're not going to see him again alive. I couldn't identify what she was saying because I'd managed to, at some level, disconnect a little bit and live with the hope and the doing. I said, but we're not going to see him again. And then she said the following thing to me. And it just highlights the difference of how we handle it, which I want to get to, is how you handle things, appreciating each other's differences. Yeah. She said to me, I know that it's so painful that we won't see him again, but I feel that it's my pain, and I feel that I can deal with my pain. I couldn't deal with his pain. I couldn't deal with what he was going through. Which parent would want to swap their pain for their child's pain? Now that I know that he's not in pain and I don't have to deal with his pain that I couldn't deal with, it seems more manageable because it's only my pain. And I have to say, Elisa, for me, I felt the opposite. Yeah. I now could no longer do anything. Yes, we have to bring his body back for burial, but we bring him back in a coffin. And you said it exactly. I went from my comfort zone of doing to the mode of being, and I just had to be with it. It was so difficult, but I think this the short answer after my long introduction to your question is the key to dealing with these things is first and foremost appreciating the differences. That to see how we handling something is how we handling something. And it's seeing each other. It's being able to see what is empathy at the end of the day. Empathy is the ability to see what someone else is going through on their terms without reading anything of yourself into it. And I think it gave me a perspective of seeing Shelley as a mother, experiencing Daniel's abduction, murder, and loss in a way that was so different from me. It humbled me. It made me see that how I'm dealing with it is good for me, but it's so different for her. And I think the key to, a successful marriage, all people are different, certainly men and women are different, and moms and dads are different. It's the ability to see each other in our differences and empathize, to see it from their perspective and to feel it from their perspective as different might be from us. So I've been humbled by it, and I've seen it at so many stages along the way.
And it sounds like it took your relationship to a new level. Obviously, there was an amount of disconnection because you were both in your pain and dealing with it in very different ways and not necessarily having time for each other as much, kind of in the world or in your own world, handling it the way you handled it. And then when you had that moment of almost switching places, there was that understanding and there was a shift that started to happen. And I think you used the word empathy, and I would also use the word intimacy, and some people say into-me-see, right? That we describe intimacy as this deep connection, but only when you can see into me, only when you can see into your wife, what's happening that moment and go, oh, wow, that is not an experience that I have. It's not something I understand. It's not something I relate to, but wow, that's another experience somebody's having in the world. And I think that this is a really deep, meaningful conversation, and especially relevant not only for anybody who's in a marriage, but anybody who's dating, anybody who's going through this relationship process, to watch a marriage that has gone through, I would consider, one of the worst things in the world, and to not have the marriage fall apart because it's not even communication, but because we didn't understand each other. Because I think you acknowledged we really didn't understand each other, and then brought yourselves back to a place where you could say, okay, wow, like totally different perspective, and really identify. So thank you.
Exactly that. I just want to say it's exactly, I can see, having gone through this, how easily something like this can tear couples and families apart.
Exactly.
It's so easy to see from the pain. And thankfully we had many years of marriage experience and dealing with many things through the vicissitudes of life, which I think in some ways, as I said, although nothing prepares you for this, every life experience prepared us for this moment to ensure that we were able to come through this. We're not coming through tears, that we've got the rest of our life to live through it, actually much closer, much more understanding of each other, even though I appreciate now how much more different we are than each other, but we're much closer together through just being able to see each other and how we're handling it through each other's eyes.
And it sounds like you didn't really notice those differences as much in everyday life. It only came out in a really deep, stressful moment. Incredible. So I want to dig in and lean into another part of your life, which is that you're not necessarily involved in making matches. You said that's not your specialty, that's mine, but that your specialty is more in helping couples stay together. You've been a rabbi, a community leader across many different places in many different countries, or at least South Africa and here as well. And if you have any stories about how to hold a relationship together, because so many people tell me, they're like, Aliza, it's the hardest thing in the world to find your person. And I'm like, yes, I agree, but let me just throw out another perspective. It's even harder to stay together, right? Find your person, yeah, that's good. Get real, get married, yeah. How about you stay real, stay married? And that seems to be, in this generation, one of the most challenging things that we have. So I'm wondering what insights or stories you have about a couple who maybe came to you, or you and your wife. How does it work? How do you support couples who are going through this relationship process and want to get through it gracefully?
So I'll say just a word about putting people together, and then a word about keeping people together. You have, you don't need me to tell, but an unbelievable God-given gift of being able to put people together. I don't have that gift. My wife doesn't have that gift. We've all got our gifts and our strengths and weaknesses. It's an ability just to match make and to see it, and it's an unbelievable koach. I realized my wife and I, well, I'll talk about myself, that's not our koach, but we actually saw that we were very good at helping people stay together. But I will say a piece of advice that I said to all the young men and women who would often come crying to us, being in so many dates and saying, Rabbi, what will be? And, I say the rabbi's like an emotional paramedic. People come to them because they're supposed to care, and we do care. It's also free. And generally you'll come to a rabbinic couple because you'll sense a sense of non-judgmentalism, and there's no stigma. You're not going to a therapist. For some people it's a stigma. You're talking to a rabbi. In fact, I was talking to a mental health professional and a group of therapists, and they said today half of the references they get are from people in the clergy. Mm-hmm. So many people, their first port of call is the rabbi or the pastor, and then they would say, so we clearly are some type of relationship emotional paramedics. So I'll say that whenever people would come and they were, like I said, Rabbi, how many more people can I go out with? I've had enough. And I always say, just remember, it only takes one. It only takes one person. It doesn't matter how many people you've been out with. It could be the next one, meaning it's only one. So it doesn't matter how many, meaning so.
But stop thinking about all of the dates and just focus on, you just have to go on the next date.
Exactly.
If it doesn't happen to work out, we'll deal with that then. But it's only one more date. It's only one more date.
And the next one may very well be the last one and the ultimate one. So that's always the good news. It only takes one. So I don't have great insight other than that, but I'll say like this, in keeping together. When seeing couples sort of struggling through things together, I totally agree with you that I think it's harder to stay together than to get together. And I just want to share with you, we have a rabbi that we both learned from, Rabbi David Aaron. Mm-hmm. He once said something that I want to share with you. It's in these parashot about Yaakov and Leah and everything. He said, it says when Yaakov is thinking that he's marrying Rachel and gets swindled into marrying Leah. It says that he wakes up in the morning, V'hinei Leah, behold, it's Leah. What is behold, it's Leah? So we know why behold, it's Leah. He was expecting it to be Rachel, and it was Leah. Sidra Bar Aaron, quoting a Kabbalistic source, that's so powerful, and I think it's the most important advice I can give to people after they get married. He says, everybody thinks they're going to bed, they're marrying one person, and they wake up with another person. Meaning, we all go out thinking we married Rachel, and then all of a sudden, during the vicissitudes of marriage, you wake up with another person, husband and wife. Meaning, when you live with somebody, and you know what I've seen? I've seen that there's no correlation to success in marriage to how long the couple went out and lived together. I've got friends, not religious friends, who lived together for years, and within 2 years were divorced. And I've seen the research, there's no correlation between how long people knew each other and whether they did or didn't live together. No correlation. Meaning, Rachel becomes Leah in that when you're married and the ring's in the finger and there's a commitment and you live in a person's space, everything changes. And this is, I believe, life is, people say, did I marry my beshert? Did I marry the person I was supposed to marry? I said, whether you married your beshert or not depends on you. You have to convert. You thought you married Rachel, you now married Leah. You have to convert the Leah into the Rachel that you married, because you married Rachel. And each one of us, I think, through marriage, it's a lifelong effort to know that the person I married is the person I should have married. Now, that doesn't mean there isn't room for divorce. The greatness of the Torah understands that a person does not have to pay for a decision they made when they were young, that they just have so much pain and suffering for the rest of their life. The Torah, in its brilliance, as the Chazal say, Dibra Torah B'lshon Bnei Adam, the Torah speaks to people in their language. The Torah understands that people can sometimes make decisions, even though it should be till death do us part. Sometimes it doesn't. It takes two to tango, and sometimes, with all the good meaning in the world, it doesn't work. So the Torah allows, I always say, divorce as a resort, but it's the last resort. It's the last resort. And if you tried everything and nothing's working, there's always that resort. But having said that, in most cases, our aim in life is to convert the person we end up marrying, because you married them for a reason, right, into the person you thought you were marrying. And that's all. That depends on us. And I've seen in our 28 years now so much of it depends on the effort you put in and the humility. One thing I learned, Eliza, about maybe the best advice I can give to people who are married, every time in my own marriage, I thought my wife was the problem, I realized that I was the problem. And it took a lot.
I'm so glad you said that and I didn't have to say
it. Not because she told me that, but because through self-reflection and therapy, every time a person thinks that the other one has to change, I'm not saying they don't, but first and foremost, so do you. And the humility to say, you know what, maybe I'm also not doing things the way that I should. So that's my advice. Whenever you think the other person's the problem, you are no less the problem. But it needs humility. It takes two to tango, and it requires, you can't fool the person you're married with.
Right.
You can't live in their Dalet Amot, in their private precincts, and hide from them. If you can't hide from yourself.
I was just going to say, you can't hide from yourself. I was just going to lean into that.
You can't have, yeah.
And I also think that as we go through this process, you were talking about converting our thinking about who we're with or shifting it, right? And understanding, I want to make sure we're clear. We're not expecting the other person to change to be the Leah or the Rachel in our life.
Exactly.
We see that there's a shift that happens and we adapt to the person that we're with.
Exactly.
And that shift and that adaptation has to come from us.
Exactly.
And it's really not an easy thing. In our household, I have this just inner knowing that whoever is more hot, whoever is more heated, whoever just must say something right now, you're wrong. Not necessarily that you're wrong, but you're wrong to say something in that moment.
Yeah.
And whoever needs to say it actually should take a moment, calm down. Sometimes it's, an hour, sometimes it's a day, sometimes it's a week, sometimes things never need to be said, and just reflect and just take internally what's going on into account and realize, wait a minute. Am I the problem? Are they the problem? Are we the problem? Do we have a problem? And really, like as a couple, I always talk about, you bring two people together, right? So you have a soul, and we come together, and then all of a sudden we're like one. We get married. It's beautiful. It's amazing. But we live as two bodies in this world, and somehow our souls are one, and our bodies are two, and there's a little bit of a dance that happens between the me and the we. And I think you articulated that really, really beautifully and really powerfully. And I think that anybody who's going into a relationship, like you said, don't be fooled, right? You're not only gonna have a Leah and a Rachel. You might have a Sarah. You might have, right? There's multiple phases of a relationship, and especially as a couple grows, there's the person I'm with without children. There's the person I'm with as for a woman as she gets pregnant, or as we have children, or as we age out, or as we lose a parent. I went through losing my mother. I say she birthed her neshama 9 years ago, and losing a parent is really significant. And the type of spouse you become and the partner you become, it shifts as you go through these things. So I really appreciate that view. I want to move into having a conversation about something that I'm deeply passionate about, or that I'll say we're deeply passionate about, which I'm not sure that my audience is so familiar with because it's new. So, Jewish matchmaking, everybody knows. There's a show on Netflix. Yay! It's public. It's fun. It's exciting. And it feels like entertainment. But really deeply, I'm passionate about Jewish matchmaking. And I am so passionate about it that I said I have to start a movement. This isn't just a show, but this is literally a movement. So the Jewish matchmaking movement is a global movement to make a match, to bring community matchmaking to the forefront so that everybody doesn't come to me and go, so, Eliza, you're the only one in the world that can save me, and if you don't make my match, then nobody can. And we're going all across the globe trying to train communities. I want to talk about how we met and our matchmaker in terms of working together, which is Rav Danny Mizrahi.
Rabbi Danny Mervis.
Rabbi Danny Mervis
from Mizrahi
is the CEO of World Mizrahi. And he has worked really hard to help bring the Jewish people together in many different arenas. But he and I got connected. We met, we started talking, and I said, we have to do something about this. There's not just Jewish matchmaking. There needs to be a movement across the globe, and we need to interconnect communities from everywhere. It can't just be that, if you're living in Brazil, we don't know how to help you, and you're not connected to anybody in Israel or in America or in Europe or South Africa, like all over the world. We have to interconnect the world. We have rabbis across the globe. Why don't we have an army of matchmakers across the globe? So tell me a little bit about what enticed you? Like where did your curiosity come from, and why was this exciting to you? Because I know why it's exciting to me, because this is my passion. But you said matchmaking's not your passion or your thing necessarily. But what drew you to this? Because World Mizrahi and I, as you know, we're all partnering together to bring the Jewish matchmaking movement to the world and to different communities, and to interconnect them and create this global movement. So what sparked your interest, since this isn't your thing, so to speak?
Well, on a personal level, that's not my passion. I'm just not so good at it. So
that's okay. Everybody fails.
Yeah. So I think in life you probably get drawn to the things that you're also good at. Anyway, on a personal level, and of course, Mizrahi is it's the world a global religious Zionist movement. So its focus hasn't necessarily been on matchmaking. It's been broad. But I'll just say two things. I saw long before I knew exactly who you were and where you lived, and about any connection to Mizrahi, I saw the Netflix show and I was bowled over. I said, wow, what a star and what an amazing service to humanity, to the Jewish people. Then when we heard you lived in Israel, wow, I just thought you lived in Brooklyn. Maybe that's where you came from.
Philadelphia.
Sorry, okay. And you live in Paris Chana, and you're here, you're up the road, so to speak. And then what happened was Rabbi Mervis somehow made the connection with you. And, I'm the chairman of World Mizrahi, and he's the CEO, and we work very, very closely together. And he had sort of reached out to you and come to see you, and we had that meeting in Herzliya whenever it was. I think what brought us together is the following, is that connecting Jews, we're about connecting Jews around the world to Jewish identity and to Israel. You're about bringing people together. And you taught me a very important, I'm going to quote you. You taught me a very important principle about this partnership. So I know that you have your tremendous talents and you want to build this movement and you're able to connect. We've got a network around the world of thousands of communities in almost 40 or 50 countries where we operate. So I used the following to you, and then you told me something that I always quote in your name. I said, Lisa, this just feels to me, we're both into connecting. Yeah, we are more, let's call it religious Zionist, Jewish Zionist identity in general. You're about connecting Jews just to get married with each other. And then you said to me an amazing thing. I said to you, Elisa, why do I feel this is a match made in heaven? Because I've seen that in life, when you bring different entities and bodies together, 1 + 1 is not 2. It's often 3, 4, and 5. It's exponential. When you bring different people together in their strengths, and especially quality people with their signature strengths and complementary, passions, it creates something much bigger. And then you said something. You said to me about Perez, 1 + 1 is 1. When you manage to bring the two people together, it's actually 1. And that was very profound, and I quote it all the time in your name. And what's the one? The oneness. When you're able to bring different. No one can do everything on their own. No one. The only one is Hashem, and even Hashem created the world with all of his partners, so to speak, to be able to sort the angels and the human beings. But anyone who's humble knows nothing of greatness achieved in the world can be achieved alone. It's all about partnerships and collaborations, and therefore just felt, that we felt you're a star with a God-given talent doing unbelievable things. We've managed to build a very strong infrastructure sort of globally. We believe passionately in these connections, Judaism, Zionism. You believe passionately in bringing people together, and there's a great opportunity. What can be more holy today in a time with so much challenge for the Jewish people and assimilation, and even now the whole challenge of Israel and Zionism, to be able to bring Jews together in an era where less people are getting married, marriage is more challenging.
True.
And there's less of a pool. Yes, the pool is not a massive pool in the world. So to bring Jews together to get married, that we felt with your talent and desire to build this matchmaking movement and our organizational infrastructure around the world, there's an opportunity for 1 + 1 to be 1.
I think it's fabulous. And I think that the network, to me, is so strong, so valuable. And where you talked about religious Zionism being something that's important, but also seeing that we have Jews from so many backgrounds. I talk about a phrase, flexodox, right? Mm-hmm. There's traditionalism, there's Jewish, there's I love my Judaism, how am I living my Judaism? And it's very blurred right now. We have Zionism, we have religion, religion, and then we have a whole bunch of people that fit into these categories that aren't so neat, and they don't exactly, like, people are like, I don't want to box myself in. And so I appreciate also that coming from a religious Zionist movement and opening up to Jews who want to marry Jewish singles, right?
Absolutely.
That of all ages and stages and backgrounds and countries, if we can be the bridge and we can bring them together, then we can build the most gorgeous Jewish
and I'll
community.
say also now, I'll just segue into maybe the final point I wanted to say, is that I've now had the privilege on behalf of Mizrahi, being the chairman of World Mizrahi, to play a broader role in the Jewish community as the president of the World Zionist Organization. And the reason that has happened, firstly, there's elections every 5 years for this Congress, but after October 7th and what's happened to our family, I've always believed absolutely in Jewish unity and working together with everyone. But especially after October 7th, when I felt our people and country was being torn apart internally, I've always felt that the most important thing is facing the challenges together. And I really believe that the pain and the difficulty of October 7th, if it goes back to the blame of October 6th, it's not going to lead to a good place. I've tried to take our and my personal pain to a place of healing. And through this process, I was merited to be selected as the president of the World Zionist Organization. What's so beautiful about this organization? It's arguably the broadest Jewish, certainly Zionist organization, but it's even Jewish in the whole world, most diverse for two levels geographically. It's made up of the 1,300 delegates, 40% from Israel, 30% from the United States, 30% from the rest of the world. Few organizations have every geography and every other Jewish community. And secondly, every ideology, from the ultra-Orthodox of ultra-nationalist to the ultra-liberal and ultra-progressive, all the different streams sit together around one table. And therefore, there's an unbelievable opportunity to say, how do we face the challenges of the Jewish people together? Hamas and their supporters did not distinguish between any type of Jew on October 7th. No Jewish community from ultra-Orthodox to ultra-liberal is safe around the world because anyone is seen as a legitimate target. So if our enemies don't distinguish between us, maybe it's time that we dig deep and say, we're part of the same family. I've often said we may be the smallest people in the world, but we're the biggest family, and we're a very big family. And a family means that you place the integrity and unity of the family above ideology. It doesn't matter which. It doesn't matter to the parents which brother or sister is right. They want their kids to get on with each other. Even if this child's going against the family values, it's your blood, it's your kin. Make sure that the family stays together. And I believe when our family is under such attack now, it's time to make sure that we put the family and the family primer as the core of Jewish identity. I really believe that the core of Jewish identity, it's not religion, it's not nationhood, it's not feelings of patriotism and co-religionists. It is all of that, but even deeper than that, it's mishpocha. We're family. And we're a family which became a nation, which was imbued with a religious vision. But it comes back to mishpocha, and that's where the Jewish people are. And it's a privilege to play such a role now in the broad family of the Jewish people, in which hopefully the matchmaking move will only grow from strength to strength, enabled to for whatever infrastructure and communities we can bring to the amazing work that you're doing.
Thank you. And I remember something that you said at a conference I attended where you spoke about when you try to help everyone, you have to actually help everyone. You broke the word down. It's not just everyone. It's not the klal and thinking about the entire community. You can only help the entire community when you actually help every single person, everyone that's out there. So thank you for that message. Thank you for all of your heartfelt wisdom and everything that you shared with us today. And thank you for joining us.
Thank you for the opportunity.
And thank you to our listeners for joining in the Jewish Matchmaker podcast on ILTV. I'm Aliza Ben Shalom, and until next time, remember, matches make families, families make communities, and communities change the world.
What do classic Coke and President Trump have in common? And how does this relate to the Gaza Board of Peace? That is what we are going to discuss today. I'm Daron Spielman, and this is True East. What do President Trump and Coca-Cola have in common? Well, this is a can of Coke. And who remembers back in the 1980s when Coca-Cola had a new, fresh idea and came out with New Coke. It had this sweet, frankly, repugnant taste. It turned off masses of people around the world. You know, Coke was trying to copy Pepsi, and they left their old formula and made a sweeter drink. It didn't work. Not only did it fail to beat Pepsi, it actually started to damage the Coke brand itself. So Coca-Cola went back to classic Coke, and they made an absolute killing. Why? Because that was the original flavor. It's rich, you can feel it, it's just right. Coke was never about New Coke. Now here's the point. The new Gaza peace plan with the so-called Board of Peace, it's basically like New Coke. It's wrong, and it does not reflect the Donald Trump that we know. The first plan, the Trump Riviera plan that President Trump announced last February, this goes back to 2025, that plan made enormous sense. That was the classic Trump. It was bold, it was refreshing, it was intuitive. It made sense. President Donald Trump has always been at his best when he trusts his instincts, and his first instincts on Gaza were right. Just like this is classic Coke, and it's right. We want to go back to classic Trump. But before we compare the two plans, the plan a year ago and the new Board of Peace plan, there's one more lesson from New Coke that matters here. Coca-Cola had tested New Coke for years, and in lab tests, New Coke actually beat classic Coke and Pepsi. Now, the executives at Coke believed the data. They believed the focus groups, and they believed the experts. So they killed the old formula. What they didn't understand is that lab results do not equal reality. Somewhere, someone put this new Gaza plan in front of a group of people, probably in a room detached from reality, maybe in the Pentagon, maybe in the White House, and like a focus group experiment, everyone began to nod their heads when they began to shelve the Gaza Riviera plan and hear about the Gaza Board of Peace. And they convinced President Trump, possibly, to leave a good idea that was based on his instincts, a great idea, in fact, and move to a bad idea. I don't know what it was that actually caused President Trump to for sure leave, but my hunch is that it was those nodding heads that are to blame. But when the street tells you you're wrong, you can either listen or you can lose your brand. Let's put the classic Trump Riviera plan next to the Trump Gaza Board of Peace, and let's compare them side by side. In February 2025, President Trump presented a bold plan. It called for the voluntary emigration of Gazans to new countries. A future where Gaza is totally rebuilt, not as a terror enclave, but as an actual Riviera. And a future where families that have been trapped under Hamas for the last 20 years could start new lives somewhere else as full citizens, not as permanent refugees. The plan took the critical step of separating the population from Hamas. And that neutralizes Hamas's number one strategy, which is actually hiding behind those civilians. So it takes away the shield from Hamas so that they can be defeated. That plan was totally Trumpian. It came out of the middle of nowhere. It was clear, it was strong, it was decisive. As opposed to the Gaza Riviera plan, the first major failure in the new Gaza plan is it relies on an international committee called the Gaza Board of Peace that includes countries that openly want to destroy Israel. And let me be very clear about how absurd that is. The Board of Peace is not like the board of directors of a major corporation where everyone on that board shares the common interests of the company to succeed. Here, the company is called Gaza, and there are board members that were invited because they want Gaza to improve the good of the region. But there are also countries who want to use Gaza to destroy Israel, like Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey. You don't put the people who want to destroy the company on the board. On October 25, 2023, while the blood was still drying in Be'eri and Kfar Aza, Turkish President Erdogan publicly declared that Hamas are freedom fighters, and he accused Israel of war crimes, while Hamas's atrocities were still fresh. Qatar, that was the financial and planning hub of Hamas's attack on Israel. For over 10 years, leaders like Ismail Haniyeh and Khaled Masha lived in Doha, not in hiding, not under pressure, but as honored guests. From Qatar, they raised the funds and coordinated the strategy and directed the terror operations against Israel from October 7th throughout the 2 years of the war. Egypt was also asked to join the board. Now, we have to understand, all of the weapons in Gaza used on October 7th and after, all of them came from Egypt, where they were smuggled underneath the border. Egypt made a fortune paid by Qatar to fund the arms in Gaza. As soon as the opportunity exists, they're going to do it again. And what's going to stop them? Not the Board of Peace, which for some of its members is really a board of terror. Israel. Only Israel, once again, will need to stop them. The second major failure with the new Gaza peace plan is that it relies on a technocratic panel of people who are going to handle the day-to-day functioning of Gaza. Now, the head of that panel has already been chosen. He's a senior minister in the Palestinian Authority. The Palestinian Authority is run by Mahmoud Abbas, an open anti-Semite and the Holocaust denier, and the architect of terror attacks that killed more than 1,000 Israelis, along with Yasser Arafat, during the Second Intifada. Now, Hamas is beaming with the idea of having a technocratic board made up of Palestinian Authority figures that are going to run day-to-day in Gaza. And the fact that Hamas agrees should be a real sign to us that something's wrong, because Hamas would never agree to a plan that calls for their going out of existence. Now, in 2007, when Hamas took over the Gaza Strip, the Palestinian Authority, the same people were in charge of the Gaza Strip. What did Hamas do? They brought the leaders of the Palestinian authorities up to the top of 10-story buildings and they threw them off. And then they executed the rest in the streets. And they took over Gaza like this. So what would they want more than a technocratic regime run by the Palestinian Authority? I wouldn't want to be a Palestinian Authority member that's going to be left on this technocratic committee after this kind of initiative gets rolling. I wouldn't want to be there, and if I did, I certainly wouldn't climb to the top of any upper buildings. I'd weigh myself down to the ground as much as possible. There is no question that this ignores the reality in Gaza and pushes off the big questions for later. President Donald Trump's original Gaza Riviera plan started with the hard truth. You cannot fix Gaza without breaking Hamas's grip on it. The plan called for the voluntary relocation of Gazans to other countries, gives them citizenship so that they can live new lives elsewhere. And only then, when the citizens are out of the way, can we begin rebuilding Gaza when it is free of terror. That approach understood something absolutely fundamental. Hamas survives by hiding inside the population. When we remove that shield, then Hamas collapses. The current plan does the exact opposite. It keeps the population in place. It leaves the same families, the same clans, and social networks that produced Hamas right where they are. Again, Hamas didn't come out of nowhere. They're staffed and manned by the families in Gaza. There were only a few thousand Hamas members. It is the people that were subjected to the hatred and the ideology and the propaganda of Hamas that filled the ranks to the tens of thousands. So this new plan, instead of isolating Hamas, it actually embeds countries that openly back Hamas into the Board of Peace, which is not going to prevent Hamas from spreading its tentacles back again into the Gazan population. Now, President Trump's original plan, he understood the leverage the United States has and the strength the U.S. has to compel other nations to absorb Gazans as full citizens, not as refugees, not trapped in camps, not in an endless conflict. That would literally break the cycle. It was like such a breath of fresh air. That would remove Hamas's human infrastructure, and it would make real reconstruction of Gaza possible. You cannot build a Riviera on top of terror tunnels. You cannot de-radicalize the Gazan population while the radicalization engine of Hamas remains intact. And of course, you cannot protect Israeli families while enemies who celebrated October 7th are literally just across the fence. You can see them. Now, let me say something very clearly about Israel's role. If there is going to be any type of board overseeing Gaza, Israel shouldn't just be on the board. Israel has to have veto power over the board. We are the ones who are going to have to live with the reality of what happens there. Us, our families, our homes, our children. A plan that offers Israel to be just one more member with the exact same standing as countries like Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey on a piece of land located 1 mile from our border, that is a strategic mistake, a major strategic mistake. Somewhere along the way, we allowed this to happen. And we can see it in the recent public disagreement between Israel and the United States over Qatar and Turkey. How did it happen? Well, Prime Minister Netanyahu has had a closer coordination with this administration than probably any other time in Israeli-U.S. relations. It's produced incredible results. When Israel was left naked with no weapons after the Biden administration, President Trump completely revamped Israel's military supplies and, in fact, increased it beyond any previous level. But when President Trump pivoted away from the Riviera Plan, I don't think we could even imagine that we would reach such a misunderstanding about what is good for Israeli security and about what is realistic. I think to Prime Minister Netanyahu's credit, when he clearly saw where this was leading, he knew to put his foot down, something I am very doubtful if many other leaders in Israel would have had the courage to do. But we need to learn from this. Even our greatest ally, the United States of America, any ally between two different countries, has its own interests, and at some point, those interests are going to collide. And even at some point, perhaps the interests of the United States will collide with Israel's. And maybe we shouldn't have let it get this far. But now we need to lick our wounds, and we need to go back to that first Riviera Plan. And there needs to be a board of countries in which Israel has the veto power, not only on the board, but of who is included in the board. Now let's talk about where we need to go. We need to clear out the strip of all those who want to leave and engage in a massive building project. I envision 5 or 6 beachfront regions. The United States beachfront, perhaps the Emirates beachfront, maybe one for India, and then the Israeli beachfront, and so on. Each country needs to invest in creating their own beachfront. It will be kind of like Epcot, but instead of just facades, it will be real, with real culture, with restaurants, with beaches, with people that come from those countries. Think about it. You could take a 5-minute walk and go from the Indian beachfront to the Emirates beachfront, to the Israeli beachfront, to the United States beachfront. It's fantastic. 5 beachfront communities, each of which will require billions of dollars of investment. But you know what? I think they're going to make it back. It will be the only place in the world like it, where you can go almost like country to country from walking from beach to beach. Imagine the music, imagine the drinks, imagine the food, imagine the culture. And you've got the ocean there, the beautiful Mediterranean. And yes, absolutely, Israel will be one of the beaches. Going back thousands of years, Jews have been living in Gaza continually until they were expelled by the Arabs in 1948. The Jewish community in Gaza was the longest continuous community there. It goes back before Muhammad and even the rise of Islam. Now, maybe someone out there is shaking their head. Can I prove it? The answer is yes. The Great Synagogue of Gaza goes back to the Roman period. The archaeology and history are there. The pictures are there. It goes back to the 6th century CE. That's the 500s. Islam was founded by Muhammad in 632, 100 years later. The mosaic floor that's found in that synagogue and exists, and the pictures show not Muhammad. It shows King David playing his harp. Look it up. There was also an area of Gaza inside Gaza City called Harat al-Yehud, which means the Jewish quarter of Gaza. It's located inside Gaza City in what is today called the village of Zaytun, which is just south of Jabalia. We hear about Jabalia throughout the war. I visited Zaytun and Jabalia during the war. According to Ottoman census records, this goes back 450 years, the majority of Zaytun in the center of Gaza was Jewish. It had more than 600 Jews living there. And that existed until they were forced out by Arab violence and expelled in 1948. Now, what happened in 1948? Gaza went from being under Ottoman control and then British control to go under Egyptian control, not Israel. Israel wasn't in charge of Gaza. Egypt was in charge of Gaza. And Gaza was immediately used by Egypt to continue launching attacks against the young state of Israel. That continued until Israel captured it from Egypt in 1967 during the Six-Day War, when Israel was attacked from Gaza. Fast forward to 2005. The state of Israel pulls thousands of Jews. These are not just Jews. These are the greatest Israelis, farmers, people of agriculture and of environment. We pulled them out of Gush Katif. It was a despicable withdrawal from Gaza. We left every single community. We removed every single soldier. And we literally handed Gaza over on a silver platter to full Palestinian control. What did we get in return? Well, you know, tens of thousands of rockets, 3 military actions, 2 wars, and ultimately the massacre of men, women, and babies on October 7th. That experiment failed. So why will Israel have a beautiful beach in Gaza, and why will Israel control security in Gaza? We have the history in Gaza. We've spilled the blood over Gaza, and we're not going to outsource our security to anyone. We mustn't outsource our security to any international force, not to committees, and not even to the United States. Why? Because they change administrations and policies every 4 years. The only people with a consistent policy to protect Israelis is Israel. We didn't sacrifice nearly 2,000 people on October 7th to hand our security and to outsource it. We've learned that lesson. And if we've learned it, we're not going to put our guard down again. Israeli security has got to be non-negotiable, and that is point final. Now, the plan can work, but it requires a lot of American muscle and long-term thinking. Thinking in terms of decades, kind of like the Chinese, not just in 2-year congressional cycles. It means really having vision. And Trump's Riviera plan understood this leverage. The United States has the strength to force a real change, to compel countries to absorb Gazans as citizens, and to break the terror pipeline at the very source, to remove the population Hamas hides behind. You cannot build a Riviera, as I mentioned, directly on top of terror tunnels. And you cannot de-radicalize a people by leaving the regime untouched. And you're not going to be able to sell Israelis a plan that brings our enemies directly on our border. Now in Israel, trust in President Trump has been enormous. He restored our deterrence. He came to the Knesset. He reaffirmed us when others hesitated. Israelis see him both as a street fighter and a businessman who knows when a deal is broken. So let's be very, very clear. This is Trump's Gaza Riviera plan versus the board of so-called peace plan. It's a question, classic Trump or new Trump? We want classic Trump. That is how wars are going to end. That is how regions are going to change. And that is how history is going to be made.
The story of the Jewish people has never been about standing still. It's a story of moving forward, of taking responsibility, of protecting what matters, no matter the challenge. That story is still being written today, not with swords, but with stewardship of the land, with the rule of law, and with the determination to secure Israel's future. And on the front lines of that mission stands Regavim. Regavim is a public movement dedicated to defending Israel's national lands and natural resources in the field, in the courts, and in the public square. Through research, on-the-ground action, and legal advocacy, Regavim works to uphold the rule of law and to ensure that Israel can grow, thrive, and remain rooted in its homeland. When you buy from Blessed by Israel, you're not just shopping, you're standing with the families of Israel's heartland. Every bottle of delicious olive oil, handcrafted necklace, or jar of honey carries the spirit of Judea and Samaria. These, along with many more products, are the tastes, scents, and stories of the Promised Land, made by people rebuilding our biblical homeland every day. Shop now at blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL for 10% off on your first order.
more. I'm Medina Naftali, coming to you live from Israel, bringing you all the biggest headlines from the region. Now we have some huge news. The last remaining hostage in Gaza, Ron Gavili, has been found and returned by the IDF. His body was already brought to Israel and identified. His remains were found buried in a Muslim cemetery in Gaza, where they had to forensically examine 250 bodies to find Gavili. Ron Gavili was a 24-year-old police officer who fell in battle on October 7th. It took a total of 843 days to bring him home. And this is now the first time in over a decade that there are no remaining hostages in Gaza. This is the moment that they found Ron Gavili's body in Gaza. Soldiers broke out in a song of praise. Take a listen. Wow, what excitement this is. What a powerful moment. A final close to October 7th, the painful chapter Israel has endured over the past 2 years. And now Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu also gave a statement. Take a listen.
אני שמח לבשר לאזרחי ישראל, לעם ישראל, כפי שבישרתי עכשיו, למשפחת גבילי, כוחותינו מצאו את רני, והוא כרגע בדרך הביתה. זה הישג בלתי רגיל של מדינת ישראל. אנחנו הבטחנו, אני הבטחתי, להחזיר את כולם. החזרנו את כולם, עד האחרון שבהם. רני, גיבור ישראל, נכנס ראשון, יצא האחרון, הוא שב הביתה. הישג כביר לצבא ההגנה לישראל, למדינת ישראל, וגם לאזרחי ישראל, שאתם נתתם לנו את הגיבוי להשלים את המלאכה. רני חוזר הביתה.
And also, President Herzog has already posted a video of himself taking off his yellow hostage pin, which served as a symbol to bring all the hostages home. The Chief of Staff, ILTV, also spoke to the parents of Ron Gavili. And now that the final hostage has been returned, the Rafah crossing will likely open in the coming days. The opening will be partial for pedestrians only. Israel says Rafah will reopen with strict security. Only people will be allowed to cross, not any goods. Everyone crossing at the crossing will be checked at an Israeli security point. Rafah is currently the only crossing between Gaza and Egypt, and previously Prime Minister Netanyahu declared the crossing was used for smuggling weapons to Hamas. And now with us is Professor Kobi Michael, a senior researcher at INSS and Miskav, to learn about what this means going forward. Thank you so much for joining us here, Kobi, on this wonderful day. How are you feeling with this news?
I think that, like any Israeli citizen, I feel very excited, very emotional. I think that it is a huge achievement for the State of Israel, for the IDF. The idea that we have succeeded to release 255 hostages, live and dead, including 4 hostages before October 7th, Shaul Oron and Hadar Goldin and the 2 other citizens, and all of this in the under the circumstances of such a chaotic situation in Gaza is something which is incredible. And I think that this is a great relief to the entire Israeli society, of course for the family, but for the entire Israeli society. And I think that it's something that will impact the Israeli psyche in a very positive manner after all the very negative effects and impacts on the Israeli psyche following October 7th.
And with the return of Ron Gavili, Israel closes a painful chapter. Strategically, what changes will there be militarily in Gaza now that all the hostages have been returned, if any?
I don't think that there is a direct connection or relation between this event and the military future of the Gaza Strip. I think that with regard to the future of the Gaza Strip, everything is dependent on President Trump. And when President Trump will reach to the conclusion that there is no any other way to assure the implementation of his own plan, which means to dismantle Hamas, to disarm Hamas, and to demilitarize the Gaza Strip only by using the IDF, we will remain in a sort of status quo. Because I don't believe that the technocrats government will be able to do something which is very substantial or significant. We don't have the ISF yet. Beside Turkey, no country is willing to send its troop to the ISF in order to fight Hamas, in order to disarm Hamas. And Hamas is there in order to remain. And Hamas, as long as Hamas remains as an organized military entity in the western part of the Gaza Strip and controls the vast majority of the Palestinian population, I don't see any prospect or any probability for the reconstruction process that will begin, even if President Trump intends to begin it in the eastern part of the Gaza Strip, which is under the IDF control, because who exactly is going to come and to live there? Why do we think that Hamas will allow Palestinians to go there? And if Hamas will allow Palestinians to go there, he will not allow all the families. He will keep part of the families in his side in order to assure that those who will move to the reconstructed area will remain under its control. So I think that this is a stalemate. And at the end of the day, there will be no other option but to disarm Hamas by the IDF. It will take 2 months, 3 months, but at the end, I think that we will reach there.
Does this mean that the phase one of the ceasefire is officially over, and what comes next?
What we see now, it is still a ceasefire. But it is a ceasefire where Israel retaliates very aggressively on Hamas breaches. Israel is not free to do what it wants to do because of the American restrictions and because Israel wants to give President Trump and the American administration to do things in their way until they will reach to the conclusion that there is no any other option but to enable the IDF to do the job and to facilitate the required conditions for the implementation towards phase 2 and 3 of the plan. So I think that what we saw since October 10th will continue in the very soon future. Because I don't see any real alternative to the current situation in the Gaza Strip.
We do know that it was intelligence that was relayed from Hamas to mediators and therefore to the IDF that led to the discovery of Ron Gvili's body. But how long has Hamas really known the location of the body?
It's very hard for me to tell. I would say that basically it looks that they searched for Ron Gvili in another place, which is pretty distance from the place that he was eventually found. I don't know if it was because they didn't have the intelligence or because they did it in purpose, because they wanted to waste time in order to earn time, to waste time in the sense that they will enable the increasing pressures on Israel and to enable themselves to reconstitute themselves. This is the idea of wasting time in order to earn time, or they didn't have the intelligence. At the end of the day, the intelligence came not from Hamas, but from Israel, from the interrogation and from other means that were used by the Israeli intelligence. And we see that the Israeli intelligence capabilities are very impressive in this regard. And this is a sign about the very hard work that has been done in Israel, in the IDF, in the General Security Services, in order to reach Rangvili and in order to bring all of them back home.
And can you explain to our audience Israel's policy on no soldier left behind, dead or alive? How important is that for Israel?
It is very important. This is a very crucial component of the Israeli ethos, of the IDF ethos. This was an expectation of the entire Israeli society. I think that in a sense that this is a sort of compensation on the long staying of Shaul Oron and Hadar Goldin there. I think that Israel, in its entirely, be it the political echelon, of course, the military echelon, and the civil society, all of them felt that it is a must and we must bring home everybody. I think that this is also something that signals the power of the Israeli society, the resilience of the Israeli society, and the core values of the Israeli societies. And this is something that at the end of the day builds the strength of the Israeli society in comparison to any other society, mainly to Arab societies here in the neighborhood.
And could reopening Rafah create new military risks for the IDF now that the crossings can come and go? We know for now that only pedestrians will be able to enter, but what risk does this pose to Israel and the IDF now?
I think that generally speaking, minimal risks, because Israel intends to have a checkpoint, an Israeli checkpoint in the eastern part of Rafah crossing. So everybody that intends to cross the Rafah crossing, be it from the Gaza Strip outside or from Egypt to the Gaza Strip, will be fully inspected by the IDF, in addition to the very strict inspection that should be held there by the Egyptians, by the representatives of the PA, and by the EU BAM that supposed to be there. But Israel does not rely on any of them, and Israel will do its own inspection. And I think that as long as we are talking about pedestrians, I think that this is a risk that we can take upon ourselves, mainly if there is a sort of a deal between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump, Gaza for Iran, which means that in order to keep President Trump on the same page with us regarding Iran and the need to topple down this regime and to do something which is very substantial there, we are willing to make some concessions in the Gaza Strip and to be more flexible and to facilitate all the required conditions for the American administration to succeed in implementing the plan. I think that this is something which is worth, and this is a risk that we can take upon ourselves.
Hamas has been holding this final hostage card for a while and trying to prolong the first phase of the ceasefire plan. How damaging is it for Hamas to lose this last hostage card that they've been using and holding over Israel?
I'm not sure that Hamas is capable to do something which is very threatening towards Israel. The only thing that I feel concerned about is the idea that Hamas almost totally free to reconstitute itself in the western part of the Gaza Strip, and we cannot do or we cannot initiate any moves in order to prevent that, only by using the breaches of Hamas, and then we retaliate in a very aggressive manner, okay? But this is something which is very limited, and meanwhile, Hamas is succeeding in reconstituting itself, and not only militarily but governmentally also. And this is something which might be very concerning for the future to come, when it is related to the implementation of President Trump plan, because Hamas will gain an effective control over the technocrats government by having the effective control over the vast majority of the population. Okay, actually they will have their own people, be it technocrats, professionals, experts, or others that will be under the responsibility of the technocrats government, but eventually they are going to be Hamas people, and they will be loyal to Hamas more than they will be loyal to the technocrats government. And this is something that we have to take into consideration, and therefore the time is crucial, and there is a need to assure the disarmament of Hamas.
Kobe, thank you so much for being here to report with us on this historic moment for Israel and the world.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
And now with us is Danny Ayalon, the chairman of Silver Road Capital Group. We're excited to have you here, Danny.
My pleasure.
What are your initial thoughts and reactions after hearing the news that the last hostage has been returned home?
Well, first of all, of course, excitement. You know, it's really closure, and it's a closure first and foremost for the family of Ran, but also for the entire Israeli society. We have been agonizing in the last 2 years, more than 2 years, and now I think we can just move forward into the next step, where we need to actually allay all the rifts that we still have in our society, politically, but mostly I hope that this will be a sign for a new level of confidence and of being kinder to each other.
Absolutely. I think something that we've seen a lot in Israel grow is empathy for one another. And I want to ask, what comes next now for the family of Ran Gavili? He's been returned. What will the next few days look like, and even in the news cycle as they cover this?
Oh, there will be immense and very intensive cover. Actually, the burial itself will take place in 2 days. So there is a real, I would say, in terms of the public involvement, it's going to be a major one in the run-up to the cemetery itself, and no doubt that all the dignitaries of the government will be there, starting from President Herzog, the president of the country, and of course, I think most importantly, the friends of Ran, and maybe even new recruits, which all of us now see that Israel will go to any length not to leave anyone behind.
And now we're waiting on reactions from U.S. officials and President Trump. What do you think will change going forward in the ceasefire plans? Now, is phase 1 officially over? Can we move into 2? What changes now, if anything?
Well, I would say that the first half of phase 1 is complete, and there is no doubt that President Trump will take credit, and he deserves a credit, actually. He was the one who really broke the stalemate, and firstly brought back the 20 living hostages, and now we have the last fallen one. And also the president's and the U.S. interest would be to move forward to stage 2. And here we need to be really with open eyes, because we cannot rush into stage 2 in terms of the rebuilding, the reconstruction of Gaza without the dismantling of Hamas. And here I think that there should be, the guideline should be for everyone, that the goal first and foremost is to demilitarize Hamas, but this is not enough. Also to de-radicalize Gaza. And because if we do not de-radicalize Gaza, then it's just a matter of time until the new generation that is being brainwashed by Hamas and the Palestinian leadership to act and aspire to another 7th of October. As we speak, they still aspire for another 7th of October. They say it out loud. They are not mincing any words, and they are not shameful about it. And that's very unfortunate. So I think this should go together, the collection of all the arms, but also working on a new curriculum at school, changing also the entire culture, whether it's in their mosques and also within the new government that right now will be installed, the technocrat government. I think that they already should start, because they will be also in charge of education and of the media, the Palestinian media in Gaza. And I would like to see either closing the Hamas media of incitement and venom, or change it all altogether.
We know that Ron Gavili's body was found in a Muslim cemetery. Is there any reason in particular why his body was put there or placed there, or was it just a matter of Hamas putting his body there to have a place to keep it?
Well, I think it's mostly to hide it from Israel and from Israeli intelligence, that notwithstanding all these plays of Hamas and their subterfuge, we did get the right intel to recover Ran, but I believe they did it mostly in order to for like a cover up, so he will not be in a place where he can be easily detected.
Right, because there were among 250 bodies they had to examine before they found him, so it's certainly a place to hide a body, if any. And why did it take so long, over 800 and more or less 24 days, to find the body of Ron Gavili? Why so long?
Well, first of all, Hamas was not really cooperative. And so mostly we had to rely on our own intelligence, and gathering intelligence in such a case takes time. You have to piece together piece by piece until you get a full picture. And once we got the full picture, in order to do it in a way which will not be an aggressive way, because we were going to recover him no matter what. But first, we gave them a chance to do it in a non-aggressive way. That means go in without fire and retrieving him. And I think the negotiations on that issue also took some time.
And why was the U.S. pressuring Israel to move to phase 2 of the ceasefire, open up the Rafah crossing, even when Israel explicitly said, we will not move to phase 2 unless all of the hostages return? Why? It was causing a lot of strain diplomatically. Can you expand on that? Why?
Well, I'm afraid it's a part of pressure that is being applied on the United States from Qatar and from Turkey. No friendly countries. Actually, they are pro-Hamas states, and I think their role could be quite disturbing and not very productive. And we will have to find a way, and I'm sure we will, to work with the United States in a way that will not let Turkey and Qatar actually be a disruptive force for the next phase in Gaza.
And what is Israel doing now to ensure that there will never be a Ron Gavili again, never be another hostage in Gaza? This is the first time in over a decade that there are officially no hostages in Gaza. How seriously is Israel taking this, and how will they ensure this won't happen again?
Well, first and foremost, I think we are undergoing the entire, and we are changing the entire defense paradigm. And the IDF has learned that first and foremost, we need to have the right or enough forces on the border and not just rely on intelligence. So we will have to have some redundancy in terms of defense levels. And I think this is the most important thing. And also now that Hamas is very much decimated or defeated militarily, we should make sure that they would never come up again as a military force. And as I mentioned, not even as a political force, unless and until they totally change their ideology. They recognize Israel as a Jewish state, and they stop or change their charter calling for the destruction of the Jewish state.
Do you feel like this will diplomatically be a relief to the United States now that Israel has been becoming frustrated that they've been pressured to move on to phase 2? And I do want to ask about why the rush, and you kind of touched on it with Qatar and Turkey. Do you feel that the U.S. will be relieved now that this is kind of off their back, the pressure that Israel has been putting? No, we're not going to continue unless the hostages are returned.
Well, no doubt the U.S. will be, relieved, and most of all is President Trump, who promised and he undertook this personal obligation, and this is what he told the families of all the hostages, including the families of Ran, which was the last one to be left behind, Mar-a-Lago, just about 4 weeks ago, when the last meeting between Netanyahu and Trump, Netanyahu took the parents of Ran, and they were in the meeting with the president, who told him he's going to bring him home. So he should be very, very proud and relieved.
And we do know that there were a certain amount of IDF resources allocated and soldiers allocated to searching, I mean, for the past 2 years, but especially since this most recent ceasefire, intense searches. What will happen to those resources? Will those search teams be able to go home? Will they be redirected somewhere else? What do you know about that?
Yes, well, some will certainly go home, those who are in the reserve. And some of the, the heavy vehicles, the bulldozers, can be now redirected to look and destroy more tunnels. Even now, after 2 years, we have not even covered 50% of all the tunnels that Hamas dug. Actually, the entire Gaza Strip is just a one maze of very complex systems of tunnels. So we have to do it, very, very carefully. And now we will have more instruments to go after the Hamas tunnels.
And just for the last 30 seconds, as an Israeli, what does this moment mean for you?
Oh, it's a moment of great joy. Of course, there's still the grief that, he didn't come back alive. But unfortunately, this is the price we all have to pay as a country, as a people, in order to keep our independence, in order to keep us safe, in order to secure our future.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Ayalon, for joining us here again on this historic day.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And before we go for now, we've got some exciting news. You can now get Israel updates on our WhatsApp channel. Breaking stories, live updates, and verified reports, all delivered fast and accurate. Just scan the QR code on your screen to join. That's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour, broadcasting live from Israel and the heart of the Middle East. I'm India Naftali. Thanks for watching. It's a historic day filled with emotion. It's bittersweet. Stay tuned, and we will keep on giving you rolling updates all day on Rangavili.
This is the largest massacre of Iranians in recent history.
Many of us cannot reach our friends or family, and it's kind of like one half of our world went dark in an instant. Not only is it one of the most brutal crackdowns in the history of the Islamic regime, but it's also just one of the most brutal crackdowns in our modern era.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Off the Record. This is a place where we take a step back from the noise surrounding the news and take some time to deep dive into the stories beyond the headlines. And this week, to say that there's a lot to unpack would be an understatement. It has been a very heavy couple of weeks for anyone who is paying attention to what's happening in Iran. Frankly, we should all be paying attention. When the protests initially begun a month ago now, I was really hopeful and inspired by watching people take to the streets and fight for their liberation. The 12-day war between Israel and Iran last June exposed just how weak this regime really is, and for the first time there was real hope because we saw that this regime can be toppled if enough pressure is applied. And now, seeing just how brutally the regime has cracked down on these protesters has been devastating. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, has for the first time publicly acknowledged that thousands of people were killed during these protests, even describing some of the deaths as having occurred in the most inhumane and savage manner. At the same time, Khamenei blamed the United States for the deaths, more specifically, U.S. President Donald Trump, calling him a criminal. Regime officials who've spoken to Western media with easy access to Wi-Fi, by the way, have labeled Iranian protesters as terrorists, blaming Israel and the United States for the uprising. Because of the internet blackout, there's still no way to verify the true numbers of people killed, but the Sunday Times did report that the regime's crackdown left about 16,500 people dead and over 330,000 injured. This is the largest massacre of Iranians in recent history. A UK parliamentary report states that it has credible sources indicating that some type of chemical weapon was used against protesters, resulting in more deaths later. It is also believed that at least 5,000 Iraqi proxy militia terrorists were imported to suppress the protests violently. What we've seen so far has been absolutely heartbreaking and devastating. There's footage of families having to search through hundreds of bodies to find their loved ones. There's footage of the regime brutally beating protesters and even entering hospitals to kill some of the injured. The regime is demanding that families pay 1 billion tomans in order to receive the body of their loved one, or have them sign a false confession in order to release the bodies for burial. A maximum of 3 to 4 people are permitted to attend a funeral. Protests have largely been violently suppressed, and Iran is essentially under a state of martial law. In most cities, regime forces are in military gear, patrolling the streets and threatening residents with loudspeakers not to assemble. Last week, when President Donald Trump encouraged protesters to keep going and said help was on the way, many believed the U.S. would carry out a strike, and yet for now, nothing seems to be happening. Is this just a ploy? Is the U.S. biding its time? Or is this yet another tragic and failed attempt by Iranians to free themselves from the shackles of this regime? The only thing we do know for sure is that the story is not yet over. So where do we go from here? Joining me today is a guest who brings expertise and personal experience to the conversation. We are joined today by Sarah Raviani, a political commentator and strategic communications professional specializing in Iran, the Middle East, and U.S. foreign policy. She has extensive experience across American, Iranian, Arab, and Israeli political circles with a background in legislative advocacy, grassroots organizing, and coalition building. Sarah has worked directly with Congress on national security and foreign policy issues, contributing to key legislative efforts including the 21st Century Peace Through Strength Act, and amplifying Iranian American voices through policy analysis, media engagement, and public advocacy. Sarah, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Now, I want to first begin by expressing my deepest sympathy and condolences for what the Iranian community are going through, because I know that after October 7th, one of the things I really wish was someone to acknowledge the pain that we were going through as the Jewish community. And so I can't imagine what it's been like as somebody that is a member of the Iranian diaspora community right now. Can you please shed light for us on what you're going through, what your community is going through right now?
Our community is facing a very sad situation, watching from afar our people in Iran being slaughtered. And not only that, but the internet has been cut off. So there's a complete and total communications blackout. So many of us cannot reach our friends or family. And it's kind of like one half of our world went dark in an instant.
I can imagine how difficult that's been. Have you been able to connect with any family, friends, loved ones in Iran at all?
It's been very intermittent. We don't know how our family members are doing. Friends have completely gone silent. Social media accounts have completely gone silent. The little interactions that you experience on a day-to-day basis are just completely gone. The world feels a little bit darker and a lot quieter and a lot more lonely without that part of our world being connected to us. And watching what they're going through in the streets has been extremely difficult. And I want to stress just how dire the situation is. The people that are in Iran that have been able to connect to the outside world briefly have expressed just how dire and chaotic the situation is. And many of them are extremely traumatized by what they saw in the streets and the sheer brutality of what the regime has subjected their people to.
If we rewind to about a week ago, U.S. President Donald Trump took to his Truth Social to encourage Iranians to keep protesting. And he said help was on the way. And in fact, all of us in Israel were bracing ourselves for the retaliation. We knew that a U.S. strike would mean that we would spend the next several weeks in bomb shelters and underground bunkers, and we were ready for that if it meant to finally see the end of this regime. And it seems that we are at a standstill right now. Do you have any understanding of why this is happening? You know, what's going on? Is this a ploy?
This is very reminiscent to me of what happened prior to the 12-Day War, when there was a lot of confusion. We didn't know what was going to happen. And President Trump, I think, has been not as forthcoming with what his plans are in relation to Iran, because we kind of have to keep them on their toes. I think that that's part of the military strategy here, and that ambiguity is actually an important element of surprise for the regime, so that they don't know what's coming next. And because of that, that's created a lot of hearsay. A lot of people are on the edge of their seats waiting for what happens next. And I actually think that that's a very important element of surprise.
Okay, well, I want to ask you about Iran in general, because now that it's in the media, a lot of people have become geopolitical experts. But even myself, I would say that I've heard from so many analysts that Iranians inside of Iran, for the most part, do not support this regime at all. But the reality is that the regime does have some type of support, which is why it's still in power. So can you give our audience a little bit of an understanding of what the makeup of the population is? Are there groups that are like, the MEK that are, even worse in some regards, if you want to talk about it? Or are most Iranians actually these secular people that want the regime gone? Give us a sense of the population of Iran.
So I would say at least 90% of the population does not support the Islamic regime. And in fact, many of them have become increasingly secular, especially the young Generation Z, who have completely rejected Islam as a whole. There is ideological support from the very upper echelons of the leadership of the regime, as well as the IRGC. But average, everyday people do not support the regime. And likewise, they don't support the MEK. The MEK has tried to create a sense of support through buying politicians and buying space in media circles. But the reality is that they largely reject the MEK and in turn actually support the Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi. And we saw that in the protests when the youth rose up, they were all chanting his name in the streets.
Right now, we have in Iran, you have the Besiege, right? That I think are in charge of the imposing the sort of civilian, I guess, day-to-day crackdown. You have the IRGC, which is directly loyal to the regime, and you have the Iranian army. Can you give us a sense of everything in Iran regarding the, I would say, military apparatus? And is it possible, if we talk about toppling the regime in general, would we not need these three elements to also be either deflecting or toppled as well? And does that require more than just a strike in order to do so?
Absolutely. And I feel like that's the missing piece here that we haven't seen are military defections. And I believe that that support is not only ideological because the religion and the regime are one in the same. So abandoning one means abandoning the other. But the security apparatus is very vast. Like you mentioned, the besieged force is the paramilitary force. They're the plainclothes guards that walk the streets and patrol in usually civilian clothing. The IRGC is the terror apparatus that is basically the Hamas or the ISIS of Iran. Very, very, very similar. That is the force that really clamps down on the protests, and that's the force that you see going out there and just indiscriminately firing on civilians, including a 3-year-old little girl who was walking to grocery shop with her dad in a bazaar, and the IRGC just openly fired, shot her with a pellet gun, and she unfortunately passed away. And so that's the terror that Iranians are experiencing on a daily basis. Even just innocent young little girls are being killed by this regime. The Iranian army is a complete separate entity. It's technically still part of the IRGC, but there is not that ideological loyalty. However, they don't wield the same power that the IRGC possesses.
Interesting. And there has never been an interest by the Iranian army to want to actually defend Iranians?
I believe that there is, and we have seen defections here and there, especially on social media, where members of the military will come out and say that, they are with the people. But as far as a large-scale defection, we just haven't seen that yet. And again, I do believe that that is the missing piece here. And I do believe that that's where targeted strikes could really help in that effort to move it forward. If they see a decapitation in leadership, I believe that it will cause the lower levels of the security forces to defect. And I believe that that would really change the course of what we see happening on the ground in Iran. We need to see the security forces lay down their arms and stand with their people. Otherwise, we're going to see massacre after massacre where we've in this past few weeks seen just tens of thousands of people being mowed down by the regime. They stand from higher levels and they shoot down into the crowds. And those are the defections that we need to see, where there's an alternative. And those people see that if they defect and stand with the Iranian people, then they too can be saved from this brutal regime.
Speaking of a strike, which you and I have mentioned multiple times since we begun this conversation, I really want to address what I think a lot of people in the American left are worried about right now, which is foreign intervention and how that affects a revolution. Now, I have read in the past that foreign intervention is always something that if you want to suppress a revolution, then foreign intervention is the way to go, because it doesn't create legitimacy internally, and oftentimes it creates this like rally around the flag that a lot of people, once they begun to get attacked by foreign entities, will, feel like they want to fight back. And so I want to ask you, why do you think this time is different? Why would you think a strike would actually be effective? And why, how do we ensure that that we don't create this rally around the flag situation in Iran?
So I think that Iran is a very different country in the Middle East, particularly, but globally, we don't see very many countries like Iran where you have such a young, educated, brilliant population that really is yearning for change and also yearning to be free of the shackles of the Islamic regime. And so after the 12-day war, we did not see a rally around the flag effect. However, I do believe that people were a little bit confused because they thought after the 12-day war or during the war that people would come out into the streets and rise up against the regime. We did not see that, but I don't think that that's an indication that there was a rally around the flag effect. I think that in that instance, it was a very tense environment with the strikes happening, as well as the security forces heavily patrolling each corner of every street, making it pretty much impossible for the people to rise up. But I do believe that the 12-day war was very important because it showed Iranians both inside the country and outside the country that the regime is not as strong as it appears. It's actually a lot more fragile. And I believe that that led to what we saw in the past few weeks, where people did have the courage to rise up because they saw, the regime really isn't as strong as we think it is. So I believe that there are several levels where a foreign intervention, if you will, would actually be very important. And it would also give an opportunity for the people to rise up because the security apparatus would be dealing with external pressures. And I know that there's a lot of people who are opponents of foreign intervention and that they say, we shouldn't get involved. But the truth is that the Islamic regime has been at war with the West and with the entire region for the past 47 years. And they themselves have their own foreign intervention with their proxies like Hezbollah and the Iraqi Shia militias who have come into Iran by the busloads to suppress the people. So there already is foreign intervention, and we didn't start this war. The Islamic regime started this war on the day of its inception when it took dozens of Americans hostage during the Iran hostage crisis.
That's very interesting that you bring it up. I never even thought about how during the 12-day war, we didn't see this rally around the flag. So one of the main arguments, I guess, for people who are worried about that and pushing that argument is that we've already seen some version, some test case of the regime being attacked by a foreign entity. In that case, it was directly Israel. And they're Iranians, I remember seeing footage of them even celebrating while it was happening. So I think that's a very strong case that you just made. I want to ask you, if a military strike is off the table, what is another way that the entire Western world could actually support Iranians right now? For me, at the very least, every Western leader should be ensuring that their Iranian ambassador has been expelled. To make it very, very clear that we're not okay with this. What else could Western leaders be doing to support Iranians right now?
So at the very basic level, I think that all world leaders should very much watch their rhetoric and be sure that they're supporting the people of Iran in the way that they speak. They don't understand just how much that matters to the people. And I know that there's a communications blackout right now, but when the Iranians are reconnected to the internet, I know that they're going to come back and they're going to see everything that each world leader had to say. And I know that that will make a difference in the future for them. So at the very, very bottom level, I think we need to see a very strong rhetoric in support of the people of Iran and against the Islamic Republic. Beyond that, economic pressure is very important. Here in the United States, President Trump's economic policy of maximum pressure towards the regime has really crippled the upper echelons of the leadership. And we've seen that even with the Treasury Secretary coming out this past week and noting that the Iranian officials are moving their money into offshore bank accounts, like in Dubai, for example. So economic pressure is extremely important. We've seen the rial drop to levels that are, extremely low, at zero, not even worth the paper that it's printed on. So I believe that that's very important, because at the end of the day, any economic relief only benefits the regime. And we've seen that time and time again in the past. So economic pressure, and then as well as in Europe, prescribing the IRGC as a terrorist organization, that's a very, very basic step that the UK can do. And the UK really does need to step it up and really apply pressure to the regime in an economic fashion, and also in their rhetoric. I believe that they're really falling short on that. And so I believe that the rest of the world should take President Trump's approach to the regime and really apply that economic pressure, provide words of support for the people, and hold the Islamic Republic accountable.
There's a lot of talk about, Reza Pahlavi, the former crown prince, or the son of the former Shah, to be a figure that would lead Iran if the regime were to topple, as some transition figure. But how do we ensure that within, after his term is over and democratic elections are being held, that it doesn't turn into what Hamas did in Gaza, or that it doesn't turn into another Syria? I know you mentioned that Iranians are, for the most part, very young and progressive, and they don't want to see this type of power. But how do we ensure that there isn't some vacuum that fills the void in the future?
So for the Crown Prince specifically, Reza Pahlavi, he is, I believe, an amazing figure to lead the transition. He's very patient, he's very even-tempered, and he really does listen to the concerns of those around him. And I think those are three qualities in a leader that we really should expect. And I also very much respect him for that. And so I don't believe there to be any issue with Reza Pahlavi as a transition figure. And the people of Iran, likewise, very much do support him. And so I believe that that would be just a match made in heaven. And also, we've seen the nostalgia. And I think that the people of Iran, especially the youth, they go back and they look at the time when his father and grandfather were running the country, and they see that the prosperity that was present. And we hear stories from our parents and our grandparents talking about the Pahlavi era and just how prosperous it was. And so I believe that if we give him a chance, that he could actually lead the country to greatness, and that he would open up the door for a referendum where the Iranian people could have a say in their own future. And that ultimately should be left up to the Iranian people, because they've been robbed of that right for so long to decide what type of governance and who they want to specifically govern them.
My last question to you is, I've seen the American far left and the woke right respond to the situation, and I'm definitely not surprised by some of their rhetoric. It's just very difficult to see what's happening in Iran and to see the complete silence from people that were so vocal about Gaza, not just in those movements, but in Hollywood, how mainstream the suffering, talking about the suffering in Gaza was, without the entire context of why that suffering was happening and who was perpetuating it. And then to see this complete silence on Iran, or this whitewashing of Maduro, the Venezuelan narco dictator that, thank God, is now in U.S. custody. What is your response to that and to those people?
It's very upsetting, especially as an Iranian American, when I see just the sheer brutality of this regime. We have to put into perspective, over a 48-hour period, tens of thousands of people were killed. And not only is it one of the most brutal crackdowns in the history of the Islamic regime, but it's also just one of the most brutal crackdowns in our modern era of a state just cracking down and indiscriminately slaughtering their people. So to see this complete silence is very frustrating, and it's honestly just sad, but I don't really expect anything different. For several years, even at the beginning of my advocacy for Iran, the pro-Palestine group was very hostile, and that's continued to this day. You know, they threaten us, they are very nasty, and they're very mean, and the causes just don't align, because at the end of the day, what the pro-Palestinian people are chanting for is for basically essentially a continuation of Hamas. And who are the funders of Hamas? The Islamic regime. So they're two very opposing ideas. And I think that even some Iranians have had a hard time grasping that and realizing that they're really just not our friends, they're not our allies, and they're not on our side. And we can't look to people that have that very performative activism for any sort of support. And honestly, I don't really want them to support us, because their cause is not what I feel is a just cause. And the Iranian people deserve better advocates than what we see from those groups.
Well, you know, the only silver lining here is that I think the relationship between the Iranian community and the Jewish community has definitely increased here. We had a rally here in Israel, and it was just beautiful to see the Persian Israelis come out and people from all walks of life come out. And so the same way that the Iranian community really came out to support us after October 7th, I hope your community knows that you have allies here. You have allies all over the Jewish community. And Sarah, I want to close off by just saying that I hope, you know, in the coming months, we'll be able to speak to each other face to face, but in Tehran.
Yes, absolutely. And I want to thank the people of Israel tremendously for all of their support. And I really do believe that our historic friendship will continue, and it'll only just grow over time. And I'm very, very thankful for both the Israeli people and the Jewish community here in the United States for really standing up for the people of Iran in their darkest hour and showing us that kindness and that friendship, because it really is important during these dark times. So thank you so much.
I want to thank all of you for tuning in today on Off the Record, where our goal is to fight through the noise and get to the stories beyond the headlines. We'll continue to monitor what's happening in Iran, Israel, and the entire Middle East to keep you informed as things develop, and we are praying for better days ahead. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time.
Well, fact check on U.S. President Donald Trump. Speaking at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Trump says he told Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to stop taking credit for Israel's Iron Dome, claiming the rocket defense system is our, meaning U.S. technology, Trump said. We did it for Israel, and I told Bibi, stop taking credit for that dome. That's our technology.
What we did for Israel was amazing. But that's nothing compared to what we have planned for the United States, Canada, and the rest of the world. We are going to build a dome like no other. We did it. We did it for Israel. And by the way, I told Bibi, stop taking credit for the dome. That's our technology. That's our stuff. But they had a lot of courage, and they were good fighters, and they did a good job, and we wiped out the Iran nuclear threat like nobody can believe. Nobody's ever seen anything like it.
Well, for the record, the claim by Trump is highly inaccurate. Iron Dome was developed in Israel primarily by Rafael Advanced Defense Systems, with Israeli scientists and the IDF leading its design, engineering, and operational deployment. The system became operational in 2011. The United States later became a major partner, providing billions of dollars in funding, co-producing interceptor components, and eventually purchasing batteries for U.S. use, but it did not develop the system. The bottom line, Iron Dome is an Israeli invention, later funded and partially manufactured with U.S. support, not an American system given to Israel. Iron Dome is blue and white.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect. Thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Medea Naftali, coming to you live from Israel, bringing you all the biggest headlines from the region. And now it's a historic day. We have huge news. The last remaining hostage in Gaza, Ron Gavili, has been found and returned by the IDF. His body was already brought to Israel and identified. His remains were found buried in a Muslim cemetery in Gaza City, where they had to forensically examine 250 bodies to find Gavili. Ron Gavili was a 24-year-old police officer who fell in battle on October 7th. It took a total of 843 days to bring him home, and this is now the first time in over a decade that there are no remaining hostages in Gaza. This is the moment here that they found Ron Gavili's body. Soldiers broke out into song of praise. Wow, what a powerful moment. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu also gave a statement. Take a listen.
אני שמח לבשר לאזרחי ישראל, לעם ישראל, כפי שבישרתי עכשיו, למשפחת גבילי, כוחותינו מצאו את רני, והוא כרגע בדרך הביתה. זה הישג בלתי רגיל של מדינת ישראל. אנחנו הבטחנו, אני הבטחתי, להחזיר את כולם. החזרנו את כולם, עד האחרון שבהם. רני, גיבור ישראל, נכנס ראשון, יצא האחרון, הוא שב הביתה. הישג כביר לצבא ההגנה לישראל, למדינת ישראל, וגם לאזרחי ישראל, שאתם נתתם לנו את הגיבוי להשלים את המלאכה. רני חוזר הביתה.
And also, President Isaac Herzog already posted a video of himself taking off his yellow hostage pin, which served as a symbol to bring all the hostages home. And Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir also spoke to the parents of Ron Gavili. Now the final hostage has been found. The Rafah crossing will likely open in the coming days. The opening will be partial for pedestrian crossings only. Israel says Rafah will reopen with strict security. Only people will be allowed to cross, not any goods. Everyone crossing will be checked at an Israeli security point. Rafah is currently the only crossing point between Gaza and Egypt. And previously, Prime Minister Netanyahu declared the crossing was used for smuggling weapons to Hamas. And finally, an update on Iran. A new report by the New York Times says Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei personally ordered security forces to show no mercy to protesters. The report says Khamenei told the Supreme National Security Council on January 9th to crush the protesters by any means necessary. Security forces were then sent into the streets with what officials described as shoot-to-order kills. Amnesty International called it a state-organized mass killing. The New York Times said it verified video footage showing security forces firing on protesters in at least 19 cities and several neighborhoods in Tehran. Meanwhile, Time magazine reports, citing Iranian health ministry sources, that as many as 30,000 people may have been killed during a 2-day crackdown on January 8th and 9th. However, internet blackouts continue to limit what can be verified inside the country. And before we go, now we've got some more exciting news. You can now get Israel updates on our WhatsApp channel. You can see them and find it on our QR code right here. My name is India Naftali. Thanks for watching.
The main thing that is happening right now is the greatest massacre in our modern history in Iran. They have snipers, they have machine guns, military-grade machine guns that are just pointing into the crowd and shooting. They are so angry based on the amount of blood that has been spilled that they don't care. They don't care if they die anymore. Supporting the Iranian people right now is not for the sake of Iranian people. You're helping Iranian people get rid of your own enemy.
Welcome back to Axis of Truth on JNS, and I'm here with Armin Navabi, an Iranian-born author and activist, as well as the founder of the Atheist Republic, one of the largest secular and ex-Muslim communities in the world. Now, Armin is a leading voice against Islamism and religious authoritarianism, drawing, of course, from his own experience growing up under the Islamic Republic of Iran. Through his writing and advocacy, he's really become a prominent defender of free expression, as well as separation of religion and state in the Middle East and beyond. Welcome, Armin.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. And in addition to being against Islamism, I'm also against Islam as well. And I think more Iranians are also more and more anti-Islam. And I think based on what's happening in Iran right now, if Islam had any chance of survival before, based on the crimes of what the Islamic Republic has just committed, I think they just lost any remaining chances that they had. I was just watching a video from a grieving mother looking for the body of her child among all the body bags, and at the very end of it, last few seconds, she started cursing the holiest figures in Shia Islam. And I'm getting so many reports of people from not just from our generation or younger, but from the older generation saying that they would never step foot in a mosque, that's swearing not just at the Islamic Republic, not just at Khamenei, but also the most sacred figures in Shia Islam.
Well, we'll speak about this more for sure, but I want to speak about the current situation to start. Now, Armin, you have been covering this every single night, and you've long said that this regime can't be reformed. What makes this uprising different from 2009, 2019, 2022? And why does it feel like a point of no return for the Islamic Republic?
The main thing that is happening right now is the greatest massacre in our modern history in Iran. And it's unbelievable that not more people are talking about this. And by the way, Emily, thank you so much for your coverage. I could tell you that you are a hero to us Iranians, and hopefully once this is all over, we could welcome you in Iran as a hero, because your coverage and all of this has been so valuable, and we will never forget what you have done for us. So thank you to you and all Israelis who have been backing us during this really hard time. We will never forget this. But also, to answer to your question, the reason why this is different, from previous ones, is because we're not just fighting against the Islamic Republic, we're fighting for something. We're fighting for the return of Pahlavi to Iran. the other waves of this revolution was mostly just anti-Islamic Republic, but we didn't have unity over what we want in its place, and now we do. And people in Iran are giving their lives just to be able to shout his name in the streets of Iran. And this is why this is not just our revolution, but it's also your revolution. This is a revolution for Israel. This is a revolution for America, and this is a revolution for the rest of the world. Because the Iranian people, in the same way that Israelis have paid the highest price to fight an evil that is a threat to the whole world, Iranian people are also today paying the heaviest price to fight the same evil that Israel has been fighting, that will not just save us Iranian people, but save everyone else. So this is why when we're asking for help, this is the help that will come towards us, if it comes finally, eventually, hopefully comes. It's not an act of charity, because it's cooperation, because the Iranian people are paying the most of the price to get rid of an evil that is not just targeting Iranian people. I mean, I grew up in Iran. We were always told that the ultimate goal is world domination. We were told that Pahlavi was the first step, Israel is the small Satan, which is the second step, and United States is the great Satan, which is the final step, that will lead to eventual world domination. I'm not saying they will ever be successful at that, but given that that's their goal, you could imagine how big of a threat to everyone around the world they are, given that their goal is to completely dismantle the world order as we know it. So supporting the Iranian people right now is not for this, just for the sake of Iranian people. You're helping Iranian people get rid of your own enemy, and they're paying, and they will never forget this, by the way. Like, it's important to realize that for Israel and for United States and other countries, getting rid of the Islamic Republic is a huge plus for them, but also the relationship that Iran is going to have with your country after is even is something on top of that, because we're going to be our state is going to go from being part of a problem to being part of a solution. Especially for Israel, we're going to be cooperating. Our militaries are going to, our Artish is going to be cooperating with the IDF when it comes to fighting terrorist groups all around our neighborhood. Our Savak is going to be cooperating with Mossad when it comes to intelligence operations around the neighborhood. So we're going to be allies, just like we always have been for the past 2,500 years. We're going to go back to being allies again and working with each other side by side to basically neutralize our enemies. So at this moment, the help that we get is going to strengthen the bond that we're going to have after this revolution is successful. So one way or another, just let me be clear, because even if we don't receive any help, we Iranian people, we are going to get rid of the Islamic Republic. The help that we're asking for is not because it's necessary to get rid of the Islamic Republic. The help that we're asking for